and Mr. Kamil Adamczewski. So we decided to organize this roundtable seminar because of your needs. We know last year Central Electoral Committee proposed some changes, some amendments to the electoral code, and there is debate in the country. We want to help with this debate, showing also an example from my own country. In the very end, I would like to say, as Polish citizen working for American institution, I would like to say this is for me another good example of Polish-American cooperation for Moldova. So thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to Mihai Popșoi, Deputy Speaker of Moldovan Parliament.
Thank you, Krzysztof. Stimați colegi, dragi ambasadori, reprezentanții ai Comisiei Electorale Centrale, ai societății civile, mă bucur să avem astăzi această dezbatere, această discuție vis-a-vis de experiența Poloniei în ceea ce privește votul prin corespondență. Este bine cunoscut faptul că Republica Moldova, Parlamentul Republicii Moldova, mereu este deschis spre noi practici care ar îmbunătăți cadrul legal și aplicarea legii în domeniul electoral și nu doar. Și de aceea, de fiecare dată, ne bucurăm când putem să învățăm din experiența altor state partenere, pentru a facilita procedura electorală pentru cetățenii noștri care, în virtutea circumstanțelor, se află departe de Republica Moldova. Ne vom bucura astăzi de informația pe care o vom primi de la colegii din Polonia și pe această cale țin să mulțumesc Institutului Republican Internațional, ARI, pentru expertiza pe care ne oferă, dar deopotrivă și Fundației USAID, poporului american, poporului polonez pentru această asistență, care nu face decât să îmbunătățească procesul democratic, să contribuie la o dezbatere publică autentică vis-a-vis de îmbunătățirea proceselor democratice și celor electorale în Republica Moldova. Sper să fie de bun augur această dezbatere, sper să obținem noi idei, noi sugestii pentru a îmbunătăți cadrul electoral. Vă mulțumesc mult și rog colegii care sunt nemijlocit responsabili de relațiile cu diaspora și cei din Comisia Juridică, în mod special, să ia aminte și atunci când vom ajunge la etapa revizuirii procedurii electorale, să avem deplină cunoaștere a proceselor electorale, în cazul dat din Polonia. Cu siguranță vom avea posibilitatea să învățăm și în experiența altor state. Vă mulțumesc mult și vă doresc o masă rotundă cât mai productivă. Mersi.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Kent Longston, Ambassador of the United States to Moldova.
Mulțumesc. Bună dimineața, stimate domnul vicepreședinte Mihai Popșoi, domnul ambasador Popșoi, domnul secretar al CEC, Alexandru, stimați invitați din comunitatea diplomatică, membrii ai Parlamentului și reprezentanți ai societății civile. Este o plăcere să fiu astăzi aici. Consolidarea instituțiilor democratice ale Republicii Moldova, inclusiv implementarea unor reforme electorale eficiente și durabilă, este esențială în parcursul ei european. De aceea, Statele Unite sunt bucuroase să susțină astăzi, prin USAID și IRI, această oportunitate de a beneficia de experiența Poloniei în reforma administrației electorale. Proiectul USAID, procese politice inclusive și participative în Moldova, cu durată de 10 ani și în valoare de 22 milioane de dolari. Se încadrează în parteneriatul nostru cu guvernul și cetățenii Republicii Moldova pentru a aborda provocările actuale și a construi un viitor democratic, prosper și sigur. Facilitarea accesului și participării la alegeri este crucială pentru succesul reformei electorale. Votul prin corespondență poate fi un instrument care va permite un acces mai mare alegătorilor moldoveni care nu pot să se prezinte la secția de votare în ziua alegerilor. De asemenea, înregistrarea electronică poate oferi alegătorilor eligibili posibilitatea să-și confirme mai ușor dreptul de vot. Un proces transparent în care alternativele sunt discutate deschis are o importanță majoră pentru a obține sprijin și legitimitate pentru orice reformă legislativă. De aceea, sunt foarte încântat să văd astăzi pe toți aici împreună pentru a discuta opțiunile, oportunitățile și provocările în consolidarea sistemului electoral al Republicii Moldova și asigurarea unor alegeri libere și corecte pentru toți cetățenii. Vă mulțumesc.
Thank you very much. Mulțumesc, Ambassador. I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Tomasz Kopsdej, Ambassador of Poland.
Good morning. I am truly proud seeing today in the Moldovan Parliament Polish experts ready to share their experience and best practices regarding voting abroad. There are politicians and representatives of public administration represented here, and the Secretary General is a legal guard of electoral correctness of the elections. Let me express some thoughts on the topic of the seminar from purely diplomatic perspective. Conducting elections for diaspora abroad is not easy, legally and technically. For small diplomatic and consular services and for small missions, it's always a huge burden. For small missions with huge diaspora to take care, which is the Moldovan case, this is doubly difficult. But I would like to focus on the bright side of electoral endeavors. Today's event recalls my personal memories from different places. Here in Chișinău, I will participate in the elections with the embassy as a polling station for the first time this year. I have always found elections conducted in missions as a bit of fun, and first of all, as a great opportunity for diplomatic and consular job. Elections always and naturally integrate the mission staff and local diaspora leaders. Usually both groups are represented in electoral commissions. Elections give immense knowledge on the diaspora in two ways. Firstly, voters leave in the embassies not only their ballot papers, but also lots of information about themselves. Maybe Secretary General and representatives of the consular department would urge me, reminding that the voting procedures and Commission's approach must be fully neutral. However, I do know that people come to vote treating often the election day as a national holiday. Visiting the embassy is always a great occasion for interaction and gaining information about compatriots. And secondly, the political results in particular constituencies are always worth analyzing. They say a lot about the population. And my last thought would be on the phenomenon of e-voting. I've got the feeling that at some point all elections all over the world will be conducted digitally. For the moment, however, when all state servers are subjects of intense cyber attacks, which is part of the hybrid warfare, we need to keep careful. I have also a problem to accept some political aspects of e-voting in the systems I know. Treating the candidates as goods in an online shop with possibilities to put them to a basket and to remove from it 1,000 times before the last click seems to me too modern, even postmodern. But this is my very personal thought. So wishing good, productive, informative seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And last but not least, Mr. Alexandru Belinski, Secretary of Central Electoral Committee, please.
Bună ziua, stimate domnule vicepreședinte al Parlamentului, domnule Popușoi, Excelență, domnule ambasador Longston, Excelență, domnule ambasador Cobje, stimate domnule director IRI Moldova, domnule Lisic, stimați deputați, reprezentanța societății civile și partide politice, în numele Comisiei Electorale Centrale vreau să vă mulțumesc pentru oportunitatea de a participa în cadrul acestui eveniment. În calitatea sa de organ de stat constituit pentru realizarea politicii electorale, pentru organizarea și desfășurarea alegerilor, Comisia Electorală Centrală întreprinde măsuri care să asigure condiții de participare a tuturor cetățenilor la alegeri libere și corecte. Ori principiile de bază ale democrației sunt votul universal și suveranitatea națiunii. Pentru noi este foarte important ca toți cetățenii să fie bine informați și activ implicați în procesele electorale din Republica Moldova. Societatea progresează și este de datoria noastră să modernizăm și sistemul electoral, oferind cetățenilor servicii electorale moderne și accesibile. Necesitatea de a introduce metode alternative de vot în Republica Moldova este menționată tot mai des în ultimii ani. Iar acest lucru a devenit evident la ultimele alegeri naționale din 2020-2021. Dezvoltarea unor servicii orientate spre cetățeni se regăsește drept obiectiv în planul strategic al Comisiei pentru anii 2020-2023, iar una dintre aceste sarcini constă în dezvoltarea sistemului votarea prin internet. De asemenea, conceptul privind sistemul informațional automatizat de stat alegeri a fost aprobat de Parlament încă în anul 2008. În acest concept se menționează faptul că votarea electronică urmează a fi dezvoltată de către Comisia Electorală Centrală ca și parte a SIAS alegeri. Ne propunem să implementăm votul prin internet după modelul estonian, recunoscută ca proiectul pilot în alegerile municipale din Tallinn în octombrie 2005, iar în 2007 primele alegeri parlamentare cu posibilitatea de a vota online, care au fost organizate cu succes. Aceasta urmează să ofere alegătorului posibilitatea să participe la vot din orice punct al globului. Votul electronic sau votul prin internet trebuie să fie ușor accesibil pentru toți cetățenii cu drept de vot ai Republicii Moldova, indiferent de locul aflării acestora. Punerea în aplicare a sistemului va fi corelată cu implementarea strategiei naționale de transformare digitală și fortificarea securității cibernetice a infrastructurii guvernamentale. În acest sens, la inițiativa Comisiei a fost creat acel grup interinstituțional de lucru pentru elaborarea și pilotarea sistemului informațional de vot prin internet ca metodă alternativă de vot. Grupul este format din reprezentanți ai Comisiei Electorale Centrale, Agenției de Guvernare Electronică, Serviciul Tehnologie, Informație și Securitate Cibernetică, Agenției Servicii Publice, Serviciul de Informație și Securitate, Centrul Național pentru Protecția Datelor cu caracter personal, precum și reprezentanți ai societății civile, mai exact ai Coaliției Civice pentru Alegeri Libere și Corecte. Grupul de lucru este responsabil pentru elaborarea caietului de sarcini pentru sistemul informațional de vot prin internet și a specificațiilor tehnice pentru infrastructura tehnologică. În context, țin să menționez că începând cu ianuarie a intrat în vigoare noul cod electoral al Republicii Moldova. Procesul de revizuire a codului electoral a durat aproximativ un an, timp în care au fost organizate numeroase consultări publice cu toți subiecții electorali, dar și cu reprezentanții ai organizațiilor internaționale de profil. La elaborarea noii redacții ai codului s-a ținut cont de acele adrese ale Curții Constituționale, avizele Comisiei de la Veneția și recomandările misiunilor de observare a alegerilor. De aceea, astăzi putem afirma cu toată responsabilitatea că legea electorală modificată va genera efecte benefice în timp pe care le vor simți toți actorii politici și electorali, precum și nu în ultimul rând, dar cel mai important, alegătorii. Avem ferma convingere că doar prin implicarea și colaborarea tuturor subiecților interesați, organe electorale, autorități publice, partide politice, cetățeni, societate civilă, mass media, dar și alții, putem obține rezultate și mai bune în organizarea și desfășurarea scrutinilor în Republica Moldova. Spre final vreau să menționez că fiecare scrutin reprezintă o experiență și de fiecare dată observăm anumite carențe, dar și îmbunătățiri care pot fi aduse acestui proces. Optimizările sunt necesare atât pentru subiecții chemați să aplice regulile stabilite, cât și pentru beneficiarii finali, alegătorii. care în rezultat vor obține mai multă încredere în procesele electorale și vor fi mai motivați să participe la alegeri. Mulțumesc!
Thank you very much. Thank you for both Ambassador and Mr. Secretary for mentioning internet voting. For your information, we've made, as I write last year, a few months ago, a seminar online that time because of COVID, a seminar about internet voting as well. We had representatives of Estonian government because Estonia is really for the moment the only country in Europe having full elections in internet, not only for diaspora but for all citizens. But we had also, and this was very interesting case, representatives of French Foreign Ministry because France did it last year for the first time. In June last year, French diaspora voted in internet as well as option, option to choose. The French experience, for your information, is, I would say, so-so. Voting was okay, but they had some technical problems with registration. Some people didn't get confirmation from the system, means some servers like Yahoo server and OWL server, they took it as spam, and few thousand or several thousand French citizens didn't get confirmation that they registered. Then they protested, and it created a bit mess. Just to finish this topic, there is debate in some European countries about future internet voting. It's in the Netherlands, and it's in UK, and it's in Norway, it's in Switzerland as well. But for now, we are faced with a situation where Estonia is the only country having internet voting for everyone, and France has for diaspora. But we did it a few months ago. This seminar is about a second option. An alternative means postal voting, which is used in many countries in Europe and also in the United States and so on and so on. So we think this should be taken as a kind of alternative. Everything, the goal of this seminar is to present one of the examples, the Polish one. The rest means that the decision is in the hands of Moldovan Parliament and President and so on. So that's it from my side. We will start 3 panels. Every panel will have a kind of presentation in the beginning, and then there will be some time for question and answers. And the moderator of first panel is Mrs. Anna Kalinici, member of the Parliament, which is dealing with this issue for now in the Parliament. Anna, please.
Bună ziua, stimați participanți. Doar vreau să adaug că ne bucurăm nespus de mult că Republica Moldova, care are o diasporă atât de numeroasă, poate să învețe din experiența altor state care deja au implementat metode alternative de vot. Deja am aflat multe despre votul prin internet și ne bucurăm de acest lucru. Și astăzi avem o altă oportunitate să învățăm despre votul prin corespondență. Propun să începem cu prima sesiune, introducerea în sistemul electoral polonez. Și ne va vorbi Renata Kowalska, ministru consilier, șef al secției juridice la Departamentul de Afaceri Consulare al Ministerului Polonez al Afacerilor Externe. Mulțumim că ați venit în Republica Moldova și ne împărtășiți experiența dumneavoastră. Propun să avem o prezentare din partea doamnei Renata Kowalska și apoi să deschidem întrebări-răspunsuri, să aflăm tot ce dorim noi să clarificăm, aspectele tehnice, pentru că astăzi avem persoanele care ne pot răspunde la orice întrebare cu privire la implementarea votului prin corespondență în Polonia. Doamna Kowalska, vă rog.
Thank you very much, Madam. Allow me to start by saying thank you for this very kind invitation. I'm really honored to be here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished ambassadors, Mr. Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, Mr. Lisek. Allow me to explain first the order of our presentations. we decided to divide the topic into three parts. I will start by explaining the basic principles of the Polish electoral system, of presenting electoral institutions, generally principles, and in this part I will go to the rules on voting abroad. Further, in the second part, I will make a presentation on two examples of using postal voting abroad by the Republic of Poland. The second example was, I would say, extreme because we used this opportunity during COVID pandemic, so it was quite different from other solutions. And the third part would be the topic presented to be presented by my colleague Kamil Adamczewski on electronic registration. I have a lot of slides here. I will try to speed up, not to overburden you by detailed information. But we decided that it would be a good idea to have a background information to better illustrate the underlying issue of postal voting. This is not a lecture. Allow me to make it clear. It is a seminar. I don't expect only questions to me. I hope and I would be happy to listen to your exchanges. Your observation can also be a lesson for us, and we very much count on your comments. And, well, introduction to the Polish electoral system. I hope it will work. Basic legal regulations. Of course, Constitution of the Republic of Poland, Electoral Code, law on referendum, EU treaties, and last but not least, national electoral commissions, lawmaking regulations. A lot of issues concerning elections in Poland are written down in the Constitution. It makes this exercise, this process, not very much flexible. We are simply obliged to respect constitutional rules, which are not easy to be changed. So, constitution and ordinary legislation. As regards elections, who do we elect? We do have parliamentary elections, presidential election, local government elections, European Parliament election, and national-wide referenda. Four of those listed here are organized abroad. Namely parliamentary, presidential, to the European Parliament, and referenda. And let's go further. As regards parliamentary election, we do elect 460 deputies to the Sejm, which is lower chamber of the Parliament, and 100 senators to the Senate, which is higher chamber of the Parliament. Those elections to those two chambers are different in nature. For Sejm, elections are universal, equal, direct, and proportional. Which means that they are different from elections to the Senate, which are universal, direct, and secret. They are not proportional, and they are not equal. This difference comes from proportional distribution of seats in the same and lower chamber of the parliament and majority rules in Senate. Timetable for elections. As regards parliamentary election, it is also always 4-year period. Term of office of both higher and lower chamber of parliament is 4 years. And in this quotation, you see this is quotation from a constitutional rule. You already see the term which is very important here. 90 days before the expiry of term of office. Next elections are ordered. It means that for preparation, we are practitioners, we have only 90 days for preparation. Actually, it is even less than 90 days. So always this schedule to organize elections is very busy. Terms are short or even extremely short. Presidential election, very popular abroad, huge turnout of voters, great interest in participation as a voter in presidential election. Universal, equal, and direct, organized each 5 years. I was informed that more or less our rules in this respect are similar to those applicable in your country. If none of the candidates receive majority of votes in the first round, there is a within 14 days second round of elections. So yet another very busy schedule to organize 2 rounds. Yet another rule from Polish Constitution, which makes terms very short. The election are ordered 100 days before expiry of term of office of the president. Yet another category of elections organized abroad, elections to the European Parliament. We do elect 52 deputies. Elections are organized every 5 years. Referendum, it happens not very often. And on last occasion, it happened. It took place in 2015. To my recollection, the only binding referendum took place before Polish accession to the European Union. There is a strict rule concerning binding character of referendum. It would be valid if more than half of the number of those having the right to vote have participated in it. That is quite ambitious expectation, and that is why this form of this democratic institution is relatively less popular in our democracy. We do have in practice three kinds of elections in Poland. Parliamentary, they go together to Sejm and Senate, to higher and lower chamber of parliament. We have presidential elections and election to the European Parliament. As regards electoral bodies, two of them are permanent bodies. It is a National Election Commission. My guess is that in your country the institution, you have a very similar institution as regards their competences and role in democracy. And election commissioners, they operate permanently. Other electoral bodies operate ad hoc, and they are called upon before each and every election. National Election Commission, highest electoral authority. It is a constitutional body composed of judges with a different, it consists of 9 persons. A term of office of members differs. For one judge of the Constitutional Tribunal, it is 9 years. The same applies to judge who represent Supreme Administrative Court. It is also 9 years. As regards another 7 members of National Election Commission who are also judges. They are indicated by Sejm, lower chamber of the Parliament, and their term of office expires together with the term of office of Sejm, which means it is 4-year term of office. Main task is first of all supervision and of the observance of electoral law, and very important task of National Election Commission is to provide legally binding regulations that are legally binding for all electoral institutions, all electoral commissions. This is what I already mentioned. District commissions, lower electoral institution is responsible, among other, for registration of candidates in elections. The one which is closest, which is the most close to the voters, is Precinct Election Commission. I will come back to it a bit later. As you can see, it is composed from up to 7 to 13 persons. Depends on the number of population in the precinct. more or less the same applies to precinct commissions abroad. Main tasks of them are to conduct voting, ensuring observance of electoral law and determination of results of voting. We have commissions, of course, on the Polish territory. Usually there is a lot of them, more than 27,000. But there is also a possibility to establish commissions abroad and on seagoing ships. This last category is quite interesting. Nowadays, those ships commissions are rather commissions established on mining platforms, offshore mining platforms. But anyway, there is such a possibility to organize electoral commissions on ships. During last elections, we had 2 of them. Previously, it was 3 or 4. It depends. As regards commissions abroad, the numbers are generally stable. They are about 300 commissions abroad. Validity of election to decide on validity is a role of Supreme Court. I will not go into much details with this respect. This is simply for your information that we have such a procedure. Observation of electoral process. There are certain subjects that have a special role in observing electoral process in Poland. These are persons of trust. Usually we have a lot of such persons who are authorized by electoral committees of specific political parties or candidates to witness the conduct of commissions, to take care about rightness of all those procedures. Persons of trust are not members of the commissions themselves. They are those who are watching, who are witnessing the specific steps of the commission. Furthermore, election observers, NGOs are free to send their observers to participate, to watch the conduct of voting. The same applies to international election observers, usually from OSCE or European Commission. International election observers are invited by a National Electoral Committee after consultation with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They might be present both in committees on the territory of the Republic of Poland and abroad. And our experience shows that such observation international observation took place. Some information on turnout. This is information which this is information on turnout in general. As you can see, it is not very high. It grows in recent years. As from 2019, it is around 60%. Earlier, it was some 40 up to 50. So the interest in participation in election is not extremely high. I should inform you that that those who have electoral rights in Poland are about 90 million of Poles. The less popular election seems to be election to the European Parliament. Turnout about recently 40%. In previous years it was more than 20. And elections abroad. I should start this part by explaining that Polish system is in fact assuming voting in person. Postal voting is something relatively new, introduced to our legislation in 2011 for the first time. Only very limited number of provisions were adjusted to be used in postal voting. This caused certain difficulties for organizers of elections. And to present to you some details. Voting precincts are established abroad, are established by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I understand that in your country it is Electoral Commission who is responsible for establishing commissions abroad. So in our case it would be a minister. It is his role to establish commissions after consultation with National Electoral Commission. Obligation to establish a specific commission is if there are at least 15 voters in a consular district. Commissions are established not in the country, in a given country, but in consular district. For who we are voting abroad, we are voting for candidates registered in Warsaw, in constituency which is adequate for Warsaw candidates. This is also an issue which is sometimes criticized, because not all of us who are living abroad are inhabitants of Warsaw, but all of us who are staying abroad have no choice, and we do vote on those who are registered in Warsaw. Well, as regards seats, I mean location of voting precincts abroad, they are suggested to the Minister of Foreign Affairs by consuls, based on consuls' estimations on possible voter turnout, and of course taking into account conditions prevailing in the host country. This is a great responsibility which is on the consul's shoulders to make such recommendations, to guess what turnout might be, and to be sure that conditions in the receiving states are adequate to organize safely and effectively election process. I have told you about busy schedule for election organizers. As you can see here, Minister of Foreign Affairs provides public information on commissions abroad about 30 days before the date of voting, and this 30 days means that we have to, I mean consuls, we have to arrange all necessary preparations. First of all, we start our job with making voters register. This is an issue which my colleague will present you in details. Before each and every election, we do prepare in advance voters register. All persons that are interested in voting abroad in a specific consular district and in a specific commission, they have to report to the consular office by mail, fax, phone, in person, or via an electronic device, and to register themselves for elections. In fact, only those who are registered would be free to cast a vote. As regards voting hours, this is from 7 a.m. up to 9 p.m. It might be interesting for you that we do organize elections on the American continents on 1 day in advance, on Saturdays. What else? This is my favorite topic as a consular officer. As those who are charged with preparation, like to complain a lot about burden that we have with organization. So our first duty, I have already mentioned about it, would be to prepare voter register, which is not an easy task. Then we need to appoint members of precinct electoral commissions. This is also our role to stimulate candidates to be ready to work in commissions. This is quite this is quite a job, and potential commissions member are rather reluctant to be part of this process. Recently, legal regulations have been changed, and electoral commissions are expected to provide consuls with their candidates to work in electoral commissions. For each commission, we need to have between 4 up to 13 members of commission. To organize election abroad, it is also to identify, to organize, to equip seats of polling stations. This is role of consular officers to make rentals, to organize all necessary materials, and so on. Our role, our consular role, is also to print out ballot papers. I have heard that your practice is to send out ballot cards from Chisinau to missions abroad. It is not our case. We do print out. We make printouts on the spot. After election, it is consular duty to store, to first of all, to secure electoral documentation. For all those tasks, consuls do have a dedicated budget that allows us to perform our tasks. And coming to an end of this part of presentation, some information, some statistics. As you can see, from election to election, the number of those who are participating in voting abroad is growing. In 2020, during COVID pandemic, we had the highest ever turnout of more than 500,000 persons registered to be willing to participate in postal elections abroad. You can also see on those on this slide that interest in participation is different depending on election. For example, European Parliament is less popular than presidential election, which which get the interest of huge group of voters abroad. To be able to cast a vote in elections abroad, Poles need to have a Polish ID card or passport, depending on the country in which they are participating in elections. In those countries to which we are free to travel with our ID card, we can cast votes by presenting our ID card. In others, we need to have a passport document with us. The basic obligation of a voter interested in participation in voting abroad is to make a pre-registration registration to a given in a given consular district and in a given precinct commission. And this is all as regards introduction. Thank you very much.
Mulțumim mult pentru aceste explicații și introducerea în sistemul polonez. Într-adevăr, sunt anumite diferențe în organizarea votului peste hotare. De exemplu, printarea buletinilor de vot de către consul. Noi nu facem acest lucru. Sau, de exemplu, stabilirea membrilor birourilor electorale, independența de numărul populației, de la 4 la 12 membri, este cumva logic, însă Republica Moldova are o problemă cu statistica de peste hotare. Este un pic complicat să știm exact câți moldoveni avem peste hotare, pentru că migrează foarte mulți cetățeni moldoveni, având și cetățenie românească. Am văzut că este o diferență între prezența de la primul tur și al doilea tur. Mereu la al doilea tur este o prezență mult mai mare, ceea ce probabil reprezintă și o provocare în organizarea alegerilor. În ceea ce privește înregistrarea prealabilă pentru vot și organizarea lor. De asemenea, mi-a părut interesant faptul că dumneavoastră organizați alegerile în Statele Unite cu o zi înainte, corect am înțeles? Cu sâmbătă. Deci, probabil, diferența de fus orar a determinat această decizie și cred că unele lucruri diferite merită a fi luate în considerare. Acum, dacă cineva din participanți are o întrebare și dorește să o adreseze, vă rog. Da, poftim, dumneavoastră.
Microfonul, așa. Hello, everybody. My name is Tatiana Bordeanu. I represent the political party PACE. I am the head of Department Foreign Politics and European Integration. I am also Italian citizen, and it's very interesting, of course, the experience of Poland. I vote in Italy, and being a resident in Moldova right now, not in Italy, I receive like 2 weeks prior the elections by post here through the embassy, Italian embassy. I vote physically and I send it back. So I think is a very nice experience, this one. And about what Anna Kalinic said, that Moldavian citizens, I mean, we have a little bit this problem that is not very clear how many people are in the country, how many people are abroad, and I think is not even necessarily now the pre-registration for our consulates. I think It's very interesting to see all these other experiences, countries' experiences, but I think it's also mandatory to change a little bit some laws, some rules in Moldova. For example, as in Italy, if you live more than 6 months abroad, you are obligated to register yourself in a special register of expats. So all the embassies have the exact number of their people abroad, living abroad, even if they have dual citizenship. So is a lot of work, I think, in the Moldavian system. You cannot just by changing something, taking from the experience of other countries to implement in your country, and it would work. I also think that Estonia is maybe a champion in Europe about electronic vote because of their maybe internet speed and the internet coverage. So it's very interesting. I think also that this is the future actually of the elections because now we do almost everything online. And I read something about it because many countries, even where they are considered not democratic but dictatorship, like Venezuela, for example, they are also champion for the electronic vote. But I think further on will be a discussion about it, about the cyber attacks, about the, I don't know how safe it can be. In Italy, I would like to add, sorry for taking so long, there is also something interesting, which is the digital signature, which I think this is a key part of this process. So whenever a person is making the ID, the passport, whatever, I think nowadays it should have also a digital signature. So this way it will be like less possibilities to do something wrong or to have, I don't know, some mistakes. So it's a lot of work, and it's good that many countries, they are like talking about their experiences, because this way, and every country will also have his own specific, so we should understand and adapt the best for our country and our citizens. Thank you very much.
Mersi. Într-adevăr, securitatea votului este importantă și neapărat susținerea societății pentru implementarea unei metode alternative de vot, calcularea tuturor riscurilor. De aceea suntem aici să analizăm Polonia cum a organizat și sigur că totul se adaptează unui sistem specific unei țări, dar învățând din lecțiile altora. Da,
Bună ziua, sunt Anatolie Prohnischi, președintele Partidului Verde Ecologist. În primul rând, o respect aparte pentru reprezentanții ambasadelor Statelor Unite, Poloniei și altor structuri europene și mondiale care s-au inclus în discuțiile acestea și numai pentru inteligența cu care faceți recomandările guvernărilor din Republica Moldova, inclusiv și actuale. O faceți inteligent, ce e apreciat din partea noastră. Domnul Păpșoi a declarat că Parlamentul este deschis pentru colaborare, pentru discuții, dar practica ne demonstrează că toate majoritățile parlamentare, inclusiv și actuale, mai departe de declarații nu merg. La ce mă refer? La audierile publice care au fost și dezbateri și mese rotunde ce se referă la nou proiect a codului electoral, partidele extraparlamentare, societatea civilă și Comisia de la Veneția s-a expus că ar fi de dorit ca să fie micșorat pragul electoral, ceea ce nu s-a făcut, de la 5% la 3%. Și pentru independenți, inclusiv de la 2%, ce este alogic, să fie 1%. Asta e logic. Se referă la introducerea votului electronic și azi discutăm alternativă votul prin corespondență. El este foarte necesar. Sunt foarte multe temeri. Și temerile astea, noi, Partidul Verde Ecologist, promovăm introducerea votului electronic, ori votului alternativ decide majoritatea parlamentară care se va afla la guvernare și a avea dreptul de a face modificări. Noi o clarificăm asta ca o temere de a manifestării egoismului politic și, pe de o parte, a provincialismului. De ce? Aici domnul ambasador a menționat că votul electronic noi nu putem să-l comparăm cu procedurile de procurare a produselor. Păi eu i-aș răspunde domnului ambasador că nu numai produse, da, se procură, dar și se fac tranzacții de sume uriașe de bani prin sistemul electronic. Dar nu e asta principala cauză. Chestia e că dacă noi facem o analiză câte persoane din Republica Moldova sunt incluse în lista cu drept de vot, sunt peste 2.768.000, da? Participă 1.480.000, ce este 54%. 46% nu participă la vot, ceea ce înseamnă că nu e reprezentanța majoritară din partea populației a deputaților. E legală, dar nu e majoritară. Noi avem 47% care nu participă la vot. Când facem o analiză și aș îndemna și inclusiv și parlamentarii din Republica Moldova să studieze analizele petrecute de către Comisia Electorală Centrală și CIJDE, este Centrul Informare, pe lângă CEC. Și acolo noi vedem că persoanele până la 30 de ani votează 10-15%. Nu sunt activi. E realitatea la ziua de astăzi. Se cere un vot alternativ să fie. Și asta, eu cred, ne-ar permite ca să majorăm numărul de participanți până la 30% adăugător. Pentru că o mare parte de alegători, cum au votat la urna de vot, așa și vor continua. Votul electronic este o alternativă pentru diaspora și pentru tineret. Și gata. Și noi nu cred că nu trebuie să ne temem și trebuie să implementăm, cu atât mai mult că s-a vorbit foarte mult de practica Estoniei și altor țări. Și totodată cred eu că comparațiile acestea cu, să zicem, și cu Polonia, are 38 de milioane de locuitori, păi de 10 ori mai mare ca Moldova. E un specific, da? Și o abordare. În Moldova, cu un număr de locuitori pe care îl avem la ziua de astăzi, în jurul de 3 milioane, e altă situație. Și chiar vreau să vă zic că țările dezvoltate reacționează la situații. Spre exemplu, în Polonia, în luna ianuarie a fost primită așa o decizie înaintată, o propunere și primit decizie ca secții de votare să fie deschise și în localități unde sunt 200 de locuitori. Asta e specificul Poloniei. Ca persoanele peste 60 de ani, unde nu este transport public, să fie transportate la secțiile de votare.
Dacă puteți să ne referim la votul pe corespondență, mulțumesc pentru
votul prin corespondență e un vot alternativ, corect?
Corect.
Și am zis de votul electronic, cred că da. Vă mulțumesc mult.
Mersi și noi. Alte sugestii și întrebări? Da.
Bună ziua, Victor Putean mă numesc. Eu am întrebări către la sistemul electoral. Deci, în primul rând, mersi pentru prezentare foarte interesantă. Aș vrea și după asta și slide-urile să mă le dați. N-am reușit să citesc pe toate. Am câteva întrebări de principiu. Deci, prima, cum am înțeles că psihotarii se printează buletinele de vot pe loc? Cum le securizați? Care este metoda de securizare a buletinelor de vot? 2. La alegerile prezidențiale din 20 văd că numărul de secții de votare s-a schimbat, a crescut mai exact între runde. Și întrebarea dacă este cadru normativ și cum este reglementată chestia asta și de ce a fost determinată. respectiv, la fel, participarea la vot. Am observat că în anii 19-20 a crescut prezența la vot la toate tipurile de alegeri, și la europene, și la prezidențiale, și la parlamentare. Am vrut să întreb, a fost precedat de ceva asta? Care a fost motivul? Poate organele electorale au fost cumva mai active și au informat cetățenii? Sau, deci, dacă este un motiv pe care îl cunoașteți. Și de asemenea, dacă Polonia, am înțeles că aproximativ 30 milioane de alegători, dacă cunoașteți cât sunt peste hotare, dacă este așa statistică în Polonia.
Aș ruga pe doamna Kowalska sau pe domnul Adancevski să răspundă la aceste întrebări.
So, answering to your first question concerning ballot cards, so this is ballot card is in fact a piece of paper, which the way to protect it is to put stamps on it. We have two stamps that are placed on the ballot cards. One is a stamp of foreign mission, of Polish foreign mission abroad, who is responsible for organizing elections in a given consular district, and the other is a stamp which is put on the day of election, or if it is a postal election, in advance of election, by a precinct commission. Those two stamps are unique, and this is the only way how we do secure ballot cards. The same principle applies in Poland, in the country. I should also mention that ballot cards, for example, for parliamentary election, are different for both chambers of the parliament. As you have noted, to the lower chamber, we do elect 460 candidates. So the ballot paper is either a huge piece of paper, A3, in a form of in a model of A3, or it is a booklet. As regards Senate, the ballot card is smaller. More or less the same with presidential election, but ballot card is secured only by stamps, and the same applies to ballot card in cards in the country, on the territory of the Republic of Poland. As regards increase of in numbers of precinct commissions in between first and second round. This is ordinance by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It is his or her duty to provide a legally binding legislation which lists commissions, and why it is so that this number is changing. As you have noted here, in presidential election, for example, in 2020, the number of voters registered for the first round was less than 400,000, whereas in the second round the number increased for about 100,000. Minister decided to add two extra commissions only. This was certain way of helping up commission's members. But coming back to the very beginning of your question, if the number of commissions is changing, this is it would be always decision and legal act by Minister of Foreign Affairs, taken in consultation with National Election Commission. And you have also asked about difference in number of those who were participants in elections. Well, that's a very good question. The political temperature in our country sometimes is growing, and when it is really high, the turnout grows.
If I cannot, just 3 sentences about three topics. First, the stamps. Let's say we think in Poland that because one stamp is in the hands of mainly Consul General, but the second stamp is in the hands of polling station committee, where members are from different political parties, different committees, election committees. This is enough, let's say, control between these two bodies. So first stamp is put by Consul General, and the second by the chairman of the committee. Let's say so they control each other. So this is first thing. Second, the number of the polling stations abroad. I tell you from my experience, I was many times responsible for my party or my candidate in presidential elections for campaign abroad, and I tell you, the number of committees abroad will be never enough. Even if ministry would double it, triple it, always people living in especially big countries, they say, not enough, I have too long distance to committee. So this is why I think the alternative voting by post or maybe in the future by internet gives everyone chance to vote. We don't know how many Poles who can vote we have, for example, in the United States. Some people say we have 10 million Poles. Of course, it's not true. There are 10 million people with Polish roots, but probably it's a few 100,000 people, Polish people having valid passports, and they live everywhere. But we have just embassy in DC, we have consulate in Chicago, New York, Houston, and Los Angeles. Permanent representatives in 5 cities. So, but there are Polish people living in Florida, in San Diego, you know, in Seattle, and so on and so on. It's simply impossible for Polish Foreign Ministry to organize polling stations everywhere. You know, there are people in Australia. We have embassy and we have consulate in Sydney, and that's it in Australia. But there are people in Brisbane, Perth, you know, other Melbourne, of course, and so on and so on. It's too expensive for Polish ministry to organize everywhere polling station committees because it's too expensive, simply. So the postal voting is an answer for, but there are also people, you know, old people, sick, people with small children, people on wheelchairs. For them, postal voting, or in the future maybe internet voting, is the solution, how to participate in elections. And one more thing interesting maybe for you, that we have different number of people registered and voted, for example, for presidential elections for first round and for second round, because we have in Polish regulations opportunity to register additionally just for second round. So someone who even didn't vote and was not registered for first round can be registered for second round. There's just 1 day for it normally, but they can do it. And also why number of voters is different, because who also is voting abroad? The tourists. People, especially sometimes we have second round summertime, during summer holidays, and there are people who travel from Poland and they vote abroad as tourists. We had last presidential elections, we had situation in Croatia that was not enough number of ballots, because in Croatia people voted also in person, even was everywhere just by post. And there was so many Polish tourists in, I don't know, Zadar or Split, that number of ballots was not enough for all these people. So thinking about number of ballots abroad, of course, we have to take into consideration in some very popular tourist destinations, also tourists from Poland who come to vote.
The last question that was I was asking, if you know the approximate number of people abroad, Polish people living abroad.
I think nobody knows. Nobody knows exactly the number. In some countries, like for example in UK, they just the UK authorities just ask people living in UK about the nationality, and we know that in UK, according to this registration in the UK system, is now about 850,000 Polish people. Okay, plus some who are in gray zone and who are illegally working there, and so on. But for example, in the United States, nobody knows how many Polish people have valid passport. The embassy estimated a few years ago maybe up to 500,000, in US.
Avem o problemă similară cu cea a Republicii Moldova, că nu știm câți oameni avem pe țăhătare. Mersi mult pentru clarificare. Într-adevăr, mă alătur și eu celor spuse. Atunci când procesul de votare prin corespondență este bine pus la punct, într-adevăr pot fi foarte multe beneficii. Important să avem o procedură corectă și să corespundă standardelor necesare. Domnul Druță?
Mulțumesc. Sunt Mihail Druță, deputat, sunt unul din cei 6 deputați în Parlamentul de la Chișinău care au venit din diaspora. Eu personal am venit din diaspora italiană. Și fiindcă sunt istoric de specialitate, înainte de a pune câteva întrebări, vreau să fac o remarcă cu caracter politico-istoric. Eu niciodată nu uit că în 1918, la 27 martie, când Parlamentul de la Chișinău, care se numea Sfatul Țării, a votat unirea Basarabiei, a Moldovei de atunci, cu România, 3 voturi din cele 86 voturi pro au fost date de deputații de etnie poloneză. Fiindcă și Polonia avea atunci problema reunificării țării și de atât au înțeles foarte bine doleanțele străbunilor noștri. Acum, câteva considerente privind voturile, sistemele alternative de vot. Da, tema noastră o știu de bine care este, votul prin corespondență. Dar deoarece s-au făcut unele remarce privind și votul electronic, vreau să arăt care este specificul lor. Aflându-mă în diasporă, participând la activitățile politico-electorale din diasporă, am studiat, cred că foarte bine, baza legală a votului din diasporă, inclusiv ce zic documentele Comisiei de la Veneția privind voturile alternative, unde este scris negru pe alb că aceste sisteme vor fi bune, dar pot fi implementate doar atunci când există convingerea deplină că ele sunt sigure. Ori în privința votului electronic, siguranța la momentul actual lipsește aproape în întregime. O dovedește votul din Statele Unite, din Franța, care a fost pomenit, și o mai dovedește un lucru încă. Germania, Olanda, țări fruntașe din civilizația europeană care au studiat și au elaborat sisteme ale votului electronic, s-au dezis de intenția lor. Același lucru a făcut și Australia, Noua Zeelandă. S-au dezis fiindcă lipsește certitudinea siguranței votului prin electronic. Și eu voi fi de acord. Eu nu vreau ca pentru Parlamentul Moldovei să voteze prin votul electronic niște structuri speciale ale unor state străine. Eu vreau ca pentru Parlamentul nostru, pentru președintele nostru, să voteze alegătorii cetățeni ai Republicii Moldova. Privința votului prin corespondență, există o altă problemă și eu aici o văd problemele de cost, de bani. De bani. A fost dat exemplu Italiei. Am studiat legislația Italiei. Italienii au o lege specială pentru votul în diasporă și se face prin corespondență. Am numărat cel puțin 3 scrisori trimit autoritățile electorale în adresa alegătorilor din diasporă. Una amintește alegătorul din diasporă că pe data cu tare în Polonia, în Italia în cazul de față, vor avea loc alegeri parlamentare sau prezidențiale, o scrisoare prealabilă cu caracter informativ general. Și probabil și pentru a informa alegătorii și a le aminti că trebuie să înregistreze pentru a participa la vot. A doua scrisoare se duce pe adresa alegătorului, în care de cum este un conținut mai larg. Cine sunt candidații la alegeri, ca alegătorul să se pregătească pentru cine și chiar câteva teze din programele lor, ca alegătorul să se pregătească și când va vota, să știe pentru cine și pentru ce votează. Și a treia scrisoare care se duce la alegător din partea autorităților electorale, practic este o scrisoare dublă. Alegătorul primește plicul, îl desface și înăuntru găsește un alt plic cu adresa emitentului, a ambasadei sau a consulatului și desface și acel plic și găsește acolo buletinul de vot. El doar votează, pune înapoi în plic buletinul, închide, adresa deja este indicată și o trimite înapoi la ambasadă sau la consulat. Eu am zis cel puțin 3 scrisori, de fapt sunt 4, cu aceea care se duce în direcție inversă. Eu am insistat la autoritățile noastre să introducă votul prin corespondență încă mulți ani în urmă și pregătindu-mă pentru asta, m-am adresat la autorități, la poșta din Parma, unde eu am lucrat mulți ani, am mers la poștă și am întrebat cât costă scrisoarea care am primit-o eu, scrisoare recomandată, cel puțin ultima scrisoare care cu buletinul de vot trebuie să fie recomandată, să fie securizată. Și mi-au spus 16 euro costă o scrisoare recomandată. Și când am calculat cât trebuie să votez în diasporă, deși am venit aici și insistam să introduc votul prin corespondență, eu înțelegeam că pentru bugetul nostru nu este sustenibil. De atât, eu vreau să întreb pe doamna Kowalska, mulțumesc pentru prezentările dumneavoastră succinte și foarte, foarte clare, cât costă pentru bugetul Poloniei un vot în diasporă? Câte plicuri trimiteți dumneavoastră pentru un alegător din diasporă? A doua întrebare. Și care este răspunderea penală? Răspunderea penală, sau bine, răspunderea pentru încălcarea legislației privind votul prin corespondență, fiindcă, iar amintesc experiența italiană, potrivit legii italiene, dacă un cetățean italian, să zicem din Elveția, votează prin corespondență și se urcă în mașină și trece frontiera și mai votează odată și cu buletinul, votează la urna de vot, dacă se face în Italia, el riscă 3 ani de închisoare. Prevede legislația poloneză răspunderea, orice fel de răspundere, pentru încălcarea legislației electorale. Vă mulțumesc!
Rog doamna Kowalska să răspundă la aceste întrebări, dacă poate, și după aceea o să închidem prima sesiune și o să deschidem a doua, unde mai multe subiecte care au fost ridicate de domnul Druță, foarte importante, o să fie mai în detaliu explicate.
As regards costs, allow me to reserve this issue for the next session. I have prepared information concerning costs. I will only introduce it. Actually, they are not so high. We do have two different, we do have in the past two different ways of delivering ballots to voters. One by registered letter, one just by ordinary post, and this very much influence the total expenditures. But what we do send out only one letter, which contains all necessary documentation to cast a vote. We do not send out first letter with encouragement to go for registration. We do not do so. We put on shoulders of voter to take care about registration. These are only public information concerning election abroad. If you are aware about this fact and if you are interested in voting abroad, you need to make a registration effort, and then you do receive only one correspondence with all necessary documentation. So as regards the cost, I will come back to this issue in the second part.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna, for chairing this panel. The second moderator will be my deputy in IRI, Nadia Sakovic. You probably know her because she works for us many years. Even she is a very young woman. Nadia, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Krzysztof. Stimați onorată audiență, acum vom procede la sesiunea a doua. Foarte multe din întrebările pe care le-ați adresat, de fapt, se referă la partea practică, cum de fapt o se implementează. Până acum am avut o prezentare generală a sistemului electoral polonez și limitările și posibilitățile. La momentul de față, anume cum are loc, vom vorbi de cum are loc acest proces și eu cred că vor apărea mai multe întrebări, vom procede în aceeași idee, după prezentare deschidem sesiunea întrebări-răspunsuri. Mulțumesc mult! Madame Kowalska, you have a floor.
Thank you very much. This part is actually on this underlying issue of postal voting. Two examples to different both legal arrangements and two different situations behind election process. Postal voting abroad in years 2011-2017 and then election under special provisions introduced in 2020 in the COVID pandemic. And actually this COVID pandemic election appeared to be great success of postal voting abroad. Introduced at the very last moment in circumstances in which time schedule for those responsible for preparations were even shorter than usually. we've managed to do it quite efficiently and with extremely high turnout of voters. I have already told you that our Polish electoral system makes an assumption of voting in person. So it is organized in such a way, probably it is not like, for example, in Italy, that it is for those who are voting by post, it is necessary to deliver to the Commission ballot paper at the latest on the day of election. The ballots that are provided for by postal voters need to be put in ballot box on the day of elections. So it is still based on assumption that we are voting directly by secret ballot and in polling stations. Voting system which was introduced in 2011, it provided for such a system which try to combine both voting in person and by post. There was an obligation on the shoulders of those responsible for organization to organize at least one voting precinct in each consular district that would be offering postal voting. It caused certain difficulties. This rule was quite strict and not always necessary. This is also a lesson learned for us. So, for example, in the most tiny consular districts, like, for example, in Luxembourg, there was a legal obligation for voting organizer not only to have a commission that will accept voters voting in person, but also by post. It was this specific specific expectation and regulation. In those years, legal basis for voting were once again Constitution, Electoral Code, implementing regulations by National Electoral Commission, which are, I should mention it, which are very detailed. They are many pages long. They contain a lot of detailed instructions for all those who are involved in the electoral process. And once again, ordinance by the Minister of Foreign Affairs on establishing precinct electoral commissions. And as regards practical aspects of this voting process. First, Once again, it was an obligation of the consul to make a recommendation to the minister on locations of precinct commissions. Minister, while taking into account suggestion by the consul, makes his or her decision on establishing commissions. It should be done no later than 21 days before the election day. So we start under such rules basic preparation for elections 21 days in advance. When we have information on precinct commissions published, we do start registration of voters. Those who are interested in taking part in elections in postal voting had to register themselves 15 days before the election days. So actually they have only 6 days for registration. Important issue is what they have to, what voters have to provide to consul while requesting for registration. It is of course name and the second name, father's name, date of birth, personal identification number, which is very important, address in Poland, and address for delivery abroad. Why address in Poland in years 2011-2017? That's because at that time we did not have central voter register. Registration of voters in our country was made on the level of municipalities. So if a given voter informs consul about his or her intention to take part in elections abroad, consul had to inform his local authorities in Poland that a given person wishes to be introduced at the voters' registers abroad. And it was a duty of a local authority to delete the name of a given voter from the register on the territory of the Republic of Poland. This system is well protected, and that is why it is in practice not possible to to cast a vote twice. Voter would not be accepted on the list which is drawn up by the consul if his name would not be deleted from the record of registers of voters in Poland. Nowadays, the Polish authorities are working on central voter register. It would be an electronic device, an electronic product, which will make this system of verification of voter even more efficient because it would be automatic without need to make an investigation on where a given voter is registered in Poland. So it is a strict date, 21 days before election day, publication of voting precincts, then 6 days for voters interested in the postal voting to register themselves and to provide address for delivery abroad. Then 5 days for consul to arrange for delivery of election packages. No later than 10 days before the election day, the consul was obliged to send out election packages to the address indicated by the voter. It was only possible to deliver a package to the address in the consular district. It is not possible to make a delivery outside consular district. Shipment of packages was recorded on voters' list in column notes. There was a confirmation on shipment of package. This registration allowed it for excluded actually a possibility of double voting. That's because precinct commission, while they received a voters list, they already knew that a given person would not be able to cast a vote in person because he or she should receive a letter with ballot to be sent back to consul or to the commission. And this what make it the shipment of packages in years 11-17 costful and quite complicated was that election packages were delivered as registered letters with delivery confirmation. You are right while noting that such letters are quite expensive and the delivery procedure usually is quite complex and takes much more time than delivery of ordinary letters. So at that time, in our mechanism, in our system, we were using registered letters for delivering packages. What was inside this this election package? The content was the following. So first of all, everything was grabbed out in one envelope, and it contained the following elements. Return envelope, it was already addressed to the competent consul. Ballot card, stamped by the consul's office, and collectively by precinct electoral commission members. This process of stamping cards is always a collective exercise. Commission's members do this together. Envelope for the ballot card, for the ballot paper with printed out sentence envelope for the ballot paper. Why this envelope is needed? That because there is a legal requirement to have to provide for secret votes. So, in order to properly secure this right of voter, the right to cast a vote in secrecy, it was necessary to provide voter with an extra envelope for ballot paper. What else? Declaration of personal and secret voting. This form was already personalized, and our electronic device, about which my colleague will tell you in some time, provided for this possibility of printing out personalized declaration with a name, address, personal number of a voter. This document needed to be signed out and returned to precinct commission. And one extra element, voting instruction. We are very much aware that postal voting is much more is perceived as much more complicated for voters. That is why simple but informative instructions are necessary. Very good services are offered also by National Electoral Commission. They produce a lot of instructions, trailers, informations in a very attractive and simple form to prepare voters to cast a vote properly. So, plus civics, yeah, this is right remark. Civil society also do a lot to provide necessary information and instructions to voters. Because it is very important, because the rules concerning validity of postal votes are quite strict, and if a voter would not follow these rules, his or her vote would not be considered valid. So, in fact, 5 elements, some of them, I will come back to it, would have to be returned to consuls. These were declaration of personal and secret voting, ballot card sealed in envelope for the ballot card, plus return envelope. Costs of delivery of election packages light on voters. Checkout of electoral packages, time-consuming and precisely described by National Election Commission process. It was strictly checked out by consul, both sending and receiving election packages. Sending was recorded at electoral election records. Receiving was noted on protocols which consuls had to prepare for the purposes of recording adequate information for the commissions. Electoral packages undelivered by post on those that were not collected reminded in the consul's deposit until elections were declared valid by the Supreme Court of the Republic of Poland. How to proceed to cast a vote? Voter could either send a return package to the address of the competent consul or before voting day to deliver it in person to the consular office. It was also possible during voting hours to deliver return package to the precinct electoral commission. As you can see, still this assumption that that even postal voting are in fact considered as on an equal basis as in-person voting. Return packages, those delivered to consul were handed over by him or her to the commission, to the precinct commission. After start of voting day. Envelopes delivered to the consuls during voting to mailboxes of consular offices or by professional couriers were delivered to the commission during the voting day. Proceedings of the Commission with return packages. Their Commission duty was to start processing return packages on the day of election. Commission's task was to open up the return envelope and check whether in return package there was a statement signed by voter on personal and secret voting. I have mentioned to you that such a form was a part of voting package. The other element to be verified was whether ballot paper was sealed. Quite often voters did not seal an envelope for ballot paper and it was a duty of a commission to proceed adequately if it was possible to open the envelope for ballot paper and to see what was the choice of the voter. Such a vote could not be considered as a casted in a secret way. if the conditions of validity of postal vote were not meet, the Commission did not put the envelope with the ballot paper to the ballot box. It put it aside. The same procedure was put in place with any other defective packages. Sometimes voters are making their choice to send, to deliver defective package. Sometimes it is simply a mistake or misunderstanding. This was more or less a presentation on system that was used until 2017, which main features were that in each and every consular district there was an obligation to establish at least one postal voting commission. The other specific feature was the fact that packages were delivered to voters by registered post. Everything was different in 2000, almost everything was different in 2020. Extraordinary rules were put in place. Presidential election was initially planned for 10th of May 2020. Because of COVID pandemic situation, it had to be postponed. Certain activities to arrange for voters registration, for renting locations for precinct commissions were already initiated. And suddenly, on the 2nd of June, new law was adopted, which changed a lot. It introduced a possibility of postal voting. It is also an important issue that personal voting at that time would not be possible in many countries. We have started abroad with addressing questions to hosting countries whether or not they would allow us to organize personal voting, and many of foreign countries said simply no. It would not be possible to have a personal voting in our country because of pandemic situation. So, having a very limited choice, the Parliament decided to arrange for postal voting. Law that was a basis for this election was adopted on 2nd on June, whereas the date of voting was scheduled for 27th of June. It means 25 days for preparations from the very beginning to the very end. We needed to start once again making voters registered. It needed to be different than from the other we have started in May, because we needed addresses for delivery abroad. What else? Minister of Foreign Affairs had to issue his new ordinance on present electoral commissions. He decided to establish a less number of commissions. Whereas in 2019, Minister established more than 300 commissions. In 2020, it was not needed to have such a huge number of them. And it was finally established 167 commissions abroad. To arrange for postal voting. Time schedule at that time was for organizer was even much more ambitious. At least 12 days before the voting day, voters need to request for their registration. Packages, electoral packages, were sent out by consul not later than 6 days. So 6 days, it is in extremely short term for voters. First of all, to receive a package and then to send it back. What package included, as on previous occasions, return envelope, ballot paper, envelope for ballot paper, instructions for voting by post, and declaration on secret and direct voting. Letters, packages were sent by unregistered mail, so this is a huge difference between previous postal elections. It appeared quite efficient. In many countries, unregistered mail operates in a more efficient way than registered post. It is definitely cheaper. I was working at that time in the Netherlands, and the price for a registered letter was about €7, whereas an extra deal concluded with Post NL allowed us to send letters for less than €1. It was generally not possible both to pick up and to return packages in person at the consular office or at the seat of precinct commission. That's because this is a difference in comparison with previous elections, previous post-election. That was because of COVID restriction and the necessity to eliminate direct contacts. After receiving electoral packages, voter once again, as it was on previous occasion, was requested to fill out the ballot paper, and it means to cast his or her vote, to put it in the envelope for a ballot paper, and to seal it. It was indispensable element of the process, and then to put ballot paper in the envelope together with completed and signed declaration into return envelope and subsequently to send it back on his own expense to consular office. And what else? As it was previously, return envelopes were delivered by consul to the precinct commission until the end of voting date. This was first round of the election. After 14 days, we had second round. It means none of 11 candidates did not receive more than half of votes of all those who took part in the elections. We have two candidates and greater interest in casting vote in second round. A lot of new voters decided to register themselves in consular voters register. The second round was organized on the 12th of July, if I do recollect it correctly. Until the end of the 29th June, voters had a chance to make a reservation for voter register. As regards statistics, in total, in our consular register, we had more than 500 voters. In the first round, the number was 374, more or less, circa about. Turnout was really high, 82%. I want to draw your attention that, for example, in 2015, under ordinary postal regime, turnout was only 66%, and we cannot, in this case, blame, for example, posts for inadequate services, because postal packages were delivered by registered letters. So quite a high turnout, having into account also this fact that the time schedule was very ambitious. As regards costs, I have here a comparison of expenditures on two separate voting exercises. In 2015, the sum is in zlotys, but it would be easier for you to assess it when I will try to propose you a sum in euros. It would be more or less 650,000 of euros. This was a cost of entire cost of both personal and post voting in 2015. We had at that time less than 200,000 of voters. 250 precincts, and the costs have also included delivery of registered mail, of registered correspondence. Voting abroad in 2019 in person only. The price was very similar. I suppose it would be 670,000 of euro. The number of voters was higher. The number of precinct commission was also higher. But there was no need to use postal services. So our observation is that offering to diaspora possibility to cast vote abroad is costly exercise. Whenever it is an exercise by post or by or in person. Costs of recent postal election at COVID regime was 3 times higher than the recent one in 2019. But we need to remember that all services were ordered at the very last moment. It concerns printing out, renting, also negotiations with postal services providers were not easy when we had such a short terms. And thank you.
If I may, Nadia, add 2 things as, from the perspective of voter, because I'm also Polish citizen now voting abroad. So 2 things just you mentioned the issue, very important issue, if you can vote 2 times. With this system, not. Because if you are, let's imagine, a citizen of Warsaw with permanent residence in Warsaw, you are on the permanent Polish voter list in your city. If you register to vote in Milan because you live in Italy, you are deleted from the Polish voter list in Warsaw. So you cannot vote in Warsaw. So you cannot vote in Milan, take a flight, and in the evening vote in Warsaw because you are not on the list anymore. And if you register as voter, you choose which place you vote, because there is no permanent list of voters abroad. So you register, you choose your country of temporary residence, so you choose Italy, and then you choose from the list if you want to vote in Rome or in Milan. If you vote in Milan, you are just on the list in Milan. You are not on, you don't exist on the list in Switzerland, Germany, London, or even Rome. So you can only vote or be served by post by this consulate or this place which you have chosen. So this system avoids double voting for sure. By the way, I tell you as former member of the European Parliament that we have the same problem of double voting on European level in European elections, European Parliament elections, because if I lived 10 years in Brussels, I could register myself in Brussels for Belgian list, as a resident in Belgium. I could vote, take a flight, and vote in Gdańsk in Poland in the evening, being still on the Polish list, because there is no exchange of, list of voters between the countries. But that's another story. But with this Polish system, you cannot vote 2 times, simply. Then the issue of the delivery, especially delivery back to the consulate, your ballot and your return envelope. On request of one of the election committees, the Polish Central Electoral Committee in 2020 made an interpretation that voters can send the ballots back together. Of course, if the return ballot is separated and closed, sealed. But I have an example of people in Edmonton, Canada, where the nearest consulate is in Vancouver, but it's 1,300 kilometers, and was just postal voting during the COVID time, and my colleagues from Edmonton, they collected 250 ballots together, these return envelopes together. They closed it in one box. They collected money, everyone gave $1, and they sent it by, I don't know, FedEx or DHL, because that was the only way to deliver it next day. Because they got it on, they got the envelope from consulate in Vancouver on Thursday, just 3 days before elections. So by post, it was impossible to deliver it to consulate in Vancouver. So they collected ballots, envelopes, they made one box and they sent it by the fastest courier possible. Okay, cost was $200, but okay, if 200 people collected money, it was just $1 per person, so it was like ordinary mail by post. And in the very end, I tell you just the most funny story. It happens, of course, because of the distances and COVID time and slow post. It is the most funny case. It's from Africa. Of course, we are not, as Poland, we are not an empire. We don't have embassy in every country, so some embassies serve few countries. So the elections second round was July. I remember because it was one day before Christmas, 23rd of December. I got email from a woman, Polish woman living in Mauritius, and she said, "Mr. Lisek, fantastic, I got my ballot." Finally, the post of Mauritius delivered me my ballot in December. Elections were in July. That's a funny story. But as you see, turnout 82%. It means a big, even with COVID, even with all these problems, a big percentage of people voted finally. Yeah?
Thank you so much, Krzysztof. Mr. Drutsa had his microphone, and then Mr. Prochnicki.
Da, mulțumesc. În continuare, vă rog să precizați, scrisoarea de returnare obligatoriu trebuie să fie recomandată sau poate să fie și simplă? Una. Dacă scrisoarea de returnare ajunge după ziua de vot, este luat în considerație votul sau nu? Și 3. La ultimul scrutin electoral, turul 2, din 416.000 de votanți, câte voturi au fost date prin corespondență și câte au fost votate de persoană la secțiile de votare? Și ultima, fiindcă a fost o cifră impresionantă de 416.000, bineînțeles, în Moldova a fost și mai impresionantă, raportată la numărul de elegători. Care este procentul sau cota parte a votului din diasporă față de votul național pe întreaga Polonie? Mulțumesc!
Yeah. As regards return packages, it depends on voter himself, herself. It is perfectly possible to send it by registered letter or by just simple post by ordinary letter. The other question, when the package arrives after election day, it would not be taken into consideration. Commission stops its work 24 hours. In case of COVID elections, it was 48 hours after election. They close their business at 9 p.m. On the election day. They would not accept other votes. As regards your question concerning percentage of those who participated in person in voting in 2020, actually I don't know. The number of voters by post totally prevailed. It was in fact postal election in general.
Because it was not possible to vote in person in many countries. Just for example, British government or German government said just by post, no personal voting. Mm-hmm. In some very limited number of countries, like I said, in Croatia, the government allowed to vote in person as well. Mm-hmm.
Voted by post. Mm-hmm. As regards percentage of voters outside country, those who are active in elections, it is more or less 1.2% of total number of voters.
In presidential it's a little bit more, but it's less than 2%. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Of all votes in Poland, but as you said, in parliamentary elections, Polish voters from abroad, they vote for one constituency, which is city of Warsaw, and one constituency for Senate. In this case, the votes from abroad are more or less in Warsaw 20% of votes of Warsaw. But in this constituency for Senate, the votes from abroad are majority. Mm-hmm. It's 2/3 of votes, more or less. So de facto, this one senator, we can say, is elected mainly by diaspora. This one senator, because he in his constituency, the votes of diaspora is majority. But for city of Warsaw, it's more or less 20% of votes, of all votes from Warsaw.
But anyway, politicians are fighting for those votes from abroad. They may change a lot, especially in presidential election, when the difference between two candidates in the second round it's not very significant.
The last elections, 2020, the difference between the current president and the opposition candidate was about 400,000 votes. So we can imagine that, smiling, that's political remark. If number of votes of people from diaspora would be double that it was, probably we would have another president, because diaspora voted differently than people in Poland.
Thank you so much, Krzysztof. Mr. Prochnicki.
Da, o mică precizare, pentru că domnul Druță deja a dat întrebarea, dar eu n-am primit răspunsul în formula pe care eu aș vrea să o dau. Din totalul de votanți în scrutinul din Polonia, care a fost procentul votului prin corespondență? De ce? Că nu numai diaspora, și localnicii pot să voteze. Dacă este așa informație, care ar fi procentul, da?
It is very limited. For example, I have noted here in 2015 only 78,000 of persons decided to vote by post, out from almost 200,000, 78 decided to use the postal method of voting. So the percentage until now is not very high. Ambassador Kopsday just told you at the very beginning of this meeting that Poles are apparently attached very much to personal voting. It is fun for us to stand in those long lines, especially before the embassies buildings, and to await for casting votes. I suppose that still there is a limited trust in postal voting, and what is more, I have told you, to cast a vote by post is perceived to be a little bit more complex than to just to appear in person in precinct commission and to be instructed by the commission's member and to put a ballot into the box.
Just my comment, you cannot compare voting in the country and voting abroad. In the country, you have 500 average 500 meters to get your polling station. In abroad you have 500 kilometers to get your polling station. So this is the difference. If we have 5 consulates in the United States and probably 500,000 people with valid passports, how they can vote in person? They need to travel, 500, 1,000 kilometers. In Poland, as you said now, the election law will be probably changed, and the polling station will be in every village having minimum 200 voters. So everyone will be in the polling station within 2 minutes, walking from home. Abroad, you need to take a plane, take a train, or drive 3 hours. You cannot compare it. So I think interesting is to see other countries having longer tradition to vote in person and by post. It's Germany, for example. It's America. It's France. Okay, France now started electronic voting, but before, it's more. I checked it because I asked the Polish Special Parliamentary Committee for a report about it, and they made it. So it's more or less, I would say, average that half of the voters in Italy and so on, they vote by post. It's natural. If you live in Milan and consulate is Milan, you go and you vote. But if you live in Sicily, you cannot go to Rome because you need to take plane. So these people vote by post. So it's a very convenient system for those who are living in longer distance from embassies and consulates.
Mulțumesc. După cum și am prevăzut eu făcând analiza mea, că procentul de solicitare a votului, fie prin corespondență, fie electronic, nu este mare. Este 5-10%. Marea majoritate, ceilalți cum au votat, așa și au votat. Și un scurt anunț, în Republica Moldova, elemente ale votului electronic sunt deja implementate de către Comisia Electorală Centrală din Republica Moldova la 80%. Noi avem registrul votanților când vine la secția de votare, este înregistrat și online se cunoaște câți participanți avem. Rezultatele votului, noi rezultatele prealabile, le avem în 2-3 ore la sfârșitul scrutinului. Ce înseamnă? Ce a zis domnul Druță, că sunt pericole de atacuri, servicii străine, cosmice. Realitatea ne arată că Comisia Electorală Centrală, prin sistemul care a fost implementat, este apărat, este de nădejde. De ce? Pentru că ulterior, când vin procesele verbale, diferența între rezultatele prealabile și din procesele verbale nesemnificativ. Așa că felicitări Comisiei Electorală Centrală și Parlamentul să implementeze votul electronic. Mulțumesc mult!
Mulțumesc mult, domnul Prohnitski. Încă o întrebare și... da.
Deci, eu două întrebări, dar trec la vă 3. În primul rând vreau să aflu care a fost, deci nostru ați trecut de la transmiterea buletinilor de vot prin poștă recomandată, prin plicuri recomandate, la cele regulate. Da? Eu, după calculele preliminare, cifrele care le-ați spus, economia undeva de 30% per alegător. Vreau să întreb dacă au fost raportate careva diferență în termen de livrare a acestora, adică din procentul, de 100% care au fost transmise, câte au ajuns la destinație, când erau acelea recomandate și când ați trecut la astea simple. Deci asta e prima întrebare. A doua întrebare, referitor la sistemul electronic care spuneți că verifică legători. Eu, din câte am înțeles, în general, registrarea este obligatorie pe hotare, altfel nu votez, și respectiv este nevoie și document valabil, cum am spus, ID sau pașaport. La noi ambele sunt facultative, adică cetățenii Republicii Moldova pot vota pe hotare și cu pașaport nevalabil. Întrebarea mea este că dumneavoastră ce face un cetățean polonez care nu are pașaport valabil sau ID valabil pe hotare? Cum el poate vota? Ori expirat, da. Și a treia întrebare, dacă este, ne spuneți că cetățeanul care a luat buletinul de vot prin poștă, el poate să vie și în ziua alegerilor să aducă plicul, respectiv este pentru dânsul un rând aparte, ori el stă în rândul comun.
Mulțumesc mult. Madame Kowalska.
As regards delivery of unregistered letters, it is a successful story, I must tell you, because in many countries the system of delivery of simple correspondence is much more efficient than the registered letter. This is the case in countries of Western Europe. They actually do not know very well those kind of services which we use very commonly in Poland. For example, I mean registered post. So delivery was by use of simple post was very satisfactory. What was a difficulty in this particular election of 2020 was very short period for the voters to return packages. If consul had to arrange for sending out correspondence only 6 days in advance of voting day, it costs a very limited period for the voter itself to send correspondence back. We did a lot of efforts to not to await until this very last moment for delivery. All of us who were serving abroad were trying to arrange for delivery as quickly as possible, not awaiting for this very last moment. I would not, this is my personal observation from practice. I cannot say that delivery of simple letters would be more risky than registered letters. This is definitely lower, more convenient in terms of costs and quite efficient. Another question was about if you would be so kind to valid passport. This was your second question. It is not possible to cast a vote without a valid Polish document. This is a rule written down in electoral code. It is a legal obligation to possess a valid ID or valid passport. Another issue was I will ask you. I will have to ask you.
If there is a special line for those who are bringing the postal votes?
No. There were not special lines, but please be informed that those lines they do exist in embassies in countries like UK, Germany, the Netherlands, Ireland, and so on. We do have precinct commissions also in other locations. It is not so funny, so prestige to take a line in local I don't know, event hall somewhere in Metternich, for example, in the Netherlands. So the lines there actually do not exist. But in front of the embassies, yes, and you have to be patient at least in the middle of the day. Around between 10 a.m. up to, I don't know, 2 p.m. That you will have to await a bit in front of the embassy. My colleague Kamil most probably will tell you about a new solution that is offered to those who make a registration online for the voter list. Such a person can see if he or she is choosing specific precinct commission, he or she is already informed how many persons registered to this commission. This is a possibility to make a adequate choice whether or not I want to queue or I want to be served as effectively as possible.
Maybe I add one thing. There is interesting question what to do with the people which are in the queue, and it's 8 o'clock. So 8 o'clock we normally close voting. 8 o'clock Warsaw time. So there is also interpretation made by Central Electoral Committee that all the people who are 8 o'clock present, they can still vote. Means in practice the chairman of the polling station committee is giving all of them 8 o'clock kind of piece of paper with a stamp and his signature to all people who are in queue. And these people, even after 8 o'clock, they still can vote. It happened, for example, in a case of Croatia, as I said, when was not enough ballots. All people got this paper which was kind of confirmation these people, even after 8, can vote.
Thank you so much. Mr. Berlinski.
Știu că suntem depășiți de agenda, așa că nu o să vă rețin mult timp. Votul prin corespondență sau votul prin internet. Da, ele sunt metode de vot alternative. Orice metodă de vot alternativă, nu contează ea care este, implică riscuri, implică cheltuieli suplimentare. De ce noi, în calitate de reprezentanți ai organelor electorale, a instituțiilor de stat, mereu trebuie să depunem acel efort pentru a fi asigurate toate cele cerințe minime pentru a căpăta încrederea alegătorilor, încrederea concurenților electorale. De aceea, ca să avem un proces electoral mai bine organizat, este nevoie de implicarea fiecăruia dintre noi. Și nu contează unde noi ne aflăm. În cadrul unui birou electoral, sau suntem alegători, sau suntem acea instituție care eliberează actele pentru care cetățenii, sau în baza cărora cetățenii pot să voteze. Mulțumesc domnului Prohnitski pentru acel promotor a votului prin internet. Bucură faptul că un partid extraparlamentar susține implementarea acestei. De fapt, dumnealui este consecvent din 2016 sau din 2017, dumnealui tot spune de când implementați votul prin internet, când el o să fie realizabil. Repet, orice metodă alternativă de vot implică cheltuieli, implică riscuri, de aceea este necesar ca până a implementa pentru a vota cetățenii, nu contează ei că sunt în afara țării sau sunt pe teritoriul țării, el urmează să fie bine analizată. să fie mitigate cele riscuri care pot apărea pe parcursul procesului de organizare și, nu în ultimul rând, să fie desfășurată o campanie de informare exhaustivă și pe înțelesul tuturor pentru a avea acel rezultat așteptat. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc mult, domnul Berlinski, și cred că la această etapă vom încheia sesiunea a doua și vom procede la a treia sesiune.
Bună ziua tuturor! Sunt Alexandru Manole, voi modera cea de-a treia și ultima sesiune pe ziua de astăzi. Vă mulțumesc că ați rezistat până la această oră și invitatul și speakerul celei de-a treilea sesiuni este domnul Kamil Adamcevski. El este specialist în tehnologii informaționale, reprezentant al Ministerului Afacerilor Externe al Poloniei. Domnul Adamcevski a participat la dezvoltarea platformei electronice e-Wybory sau e-alegeri din Polonia și o să ne povestească astăzi mai mult despre experiența în dezvoltarea acestei platforme. Sesiunea se numește Înregistrarea electronică a alegătorilor, proces de creare a listei alegătorilor și pregătire pentru desfășurarea alegerilor cu sprijinul sistemului informatic dedicat e-Wybory. Domnule Adamcevski, aveți cuvântul.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation and the possibility to give you some information about our IT system supporting consuls and consulates in registering voters for voting abroad. Well, at the beginning, I must say that I will focus on the last elections in 2020, as in the previous correspondence election was in 2015, and I wasn't dealing with that at that moment. But I think the experience with the last election was more than enough. Agenda of my presentation. At the beginning, I will give you some basic and general information about the system, its history and its scale, basic architecture, and so on. Later on, I will pass to the overview from the IT perspective of the process of registration and the voting preparation overview. Due to technical reasons, I cannot show you the live system during this meeting, but if you'd like, I can show some print screens from the system on the other computer. I will show that later. Later I will speak about major issues concerning postal voting and voter registration, the most troublesome elements of the process and our way to deal with that. I will also say about the lessons learned and planned future improvements for this process. And the last part will give you an opportunity to ask questions. Okay, the Everybody is a typical web application consisting of few modules which are quite typical for such kind of system. The public part, I mean the place for the registration of the voters, is open to the public, is accessible on internet, via mobile devices, and so on. The voter does not need to create an account. This is important. We do not store the data of the voters between the elections. The voters list is prepared for every election separately. There's also part for the consular and administrative personnel. This is accessible only by through our internal network. Another important part is let's say, municipal modules, which is responsible for giving an opportunity to the municipal offices in Poland to check the status of the voter and if necessary to delete him from the local list of voters in the country in order to avoid possibility to vote twice. This is actually impossible with this system because the list you cannot be in two places at the same time. The system on the basis of national identity number doesn't allow to such kind of incidents. The first version of the system appeared in 2010. Since that moment, we had a constant development and upgrades. New modules appeared. The system was also upgraded on the basis of feedback from our personnel, from voters. And according with new text solutions and so on. At the beginning it was a quite simple application, now it's more complex. It is integrated with external systems. I mean the first one and the most important is the let's say National Electronic Register of people. Every citizen of Poland needs to have unique ID and is registered in the special system. All the personal data are stored in that system, including the place of permanent residence. So we check the data of the voters with that system. I will tell you more about this later. We also integrated with some third-party services. I mean the mailing services. It was mentioned before about the problems with the mail services and a risk of being treated as a spam sender. It's an important issue in registering online. What is important from the beginning of the development of the system, one of the major business assumptions was the fact that it should be operated largely by non-technical employees. I mean both with minimal training. Institutions like Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the consulates has large-scale natural rotation. Right, so the staff between the elections, the staff may have changed completely. So we want them to be prepared for the usage of the system with a minimal training. As for now, the system supported, as far as I remember, 8 consecutive elections. More than 2 million voters registered until now. 1/4 of them during last elections. Number of users of the system in consulate and in our ministry headquarters about 700. And in the municipal offices there are about 2,500 municipal authorities in Poland. So we had about 7,000 users. It's about 3 users per municipal, but big municipalities like the major cities of the Poland, there were about 20-30 users in order to check the list of the voters. Because, for example, I assume that about 100 voters abroad were probably from Warsaw. As far as I remember. So the Warsaw Municipal Authority, divided into districts, had to check 100,000 people in 2 weeks. So it's a lot of work. What is important, this system is not used for counting votes. Votes after the elections are counted in separate system, managed by National Electoral Commission. The integration between everybody and the system is limited to some small parts. I will tell you about it later. Okay. The this is a basic overview of the system. Sorry for the drawing. I'm not an artist. What is more, the light blue modules, statistics and news, are actually being developed right now, and we will use it during the future elections. Statistics is used as a source of public information for journalists, people, NGOs, and so on. The public section, the dark blue rectangle, is available via the internet. The WOW, WOW, is the system I mentioned, which is used for counting votes. We use that system in order to give access rights to everybody for the municipal offices employees. Yes, in order to avoid managing users from all over the country in Poland, those 7,000 people, we based access rights to our system on the WOW, which is because all the organizers of the elections in the country are also the members of the municipal authorities in Poland. So they, in order to have, if you're a municipal officer and you want to have an access to everybody, our system, you need to have an WOW account, an active WOW account. SRP, the red shape on the up right corner, is this electronic register of people in Poland. We automatically check the correctness of personal data of the voters, first at the stage of registering. I will show that later, how does it look like in practice. And Consul also have a chance to check the correctness of the data, the completeness, and especially the place of permanent residence in Poland. This is important due to fact, in order to avoid the possibility to vote double voting. Okay, this is an overview of the process, registration and voting, process of registration and voting. I divided it into some basic parts. The first one is low level and functional preparation. It starts a few months before the election day. As my colleague mentioned, the elections must be the date of election is given to the public minimum 90 days before the election day. In fact, this phase is starting shortly after previous election. Why? Because we, shortly after elections, we gathered feedback from our consuls and from the voters as well. What was the problems? What was the major problems during the voting? What can be upgraded? What can we do better? And on the basis of this information, we prepare procurement documentation for the next elections. We more or less can predict the date of the election, and we need some time to prepare the system in order to be compliant with the regulations. Okay, the registration usually starts 30 to 40 days before the election day. It's the, let's say, the productional start of the system, and it is open to the public then. Postal ballots is another stage of the process, only for postal voting. As it was mentioned before, not every election, excuse me, not every election in our history was postal one. What's more, list of voters is generated 3 days before the election day. It is usually Friday evening or Friday night even. And the election day and the post-election, as I said, the system is not used for counting votes, but it is still has some function to fulfill during the election day and post-election activities. Okay, now I will tell you more about the first phase, low level and functional preparation. As I said, this phase starts shortly after the previous election. At this moment, we cooperate closely with the consular legal section, the section managed by my colleague, Ms. Kowalska. Why? Regulation may have been changed from election to election, especially the law-binding regulation of National Electoral Committee. The Constitution is constant. Electoral codex is more or less constant, but the low-level regulation there are some changes which you need to address in the system. After ending this phase, we are preparing the procurement phase. This includes, because if there are some functional changes in the system, we need assist of developers. It's usually an external company. We also procure support and maintenance for, let's say, hardware. We also procure hosting. This is a web application, so it has to be accessed via the web. We do not place the system on our physical servers. This is important. The system is placed in the cloud, let's say. And all the issues concerning security, availability, accessibility of the system is, let's say, are put in the agreement between us, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the host company which operates the system during the elections. Actually, this is the most costly part of the system. Developing and preparing the system itself is not so costly as the hosting, because if we want to have, like, say, accessibility at the level of 99.9%, it costs a lot. Yes, because the IT specialists from the external company must be available 24/7. The system works all around the world. Usually, it cannot operate only from 8 till 9 till 7 our time, because our consular offices are around the world and work in a different time regime. Okay, after the procurement was done, we can start development. If there are some functional changes, they has to be tested by our personnel and checked if they are okay with our requirements. If the tests are okay, we can move to documentation check, because if there are no functionalities, the documentation may have changed. We also need to prepare staff. I mean the admins, the business admins in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. During the last election, I was head of consular system support in the consular department, and I was responsible for managing a team of people who was responsible for the system. It was a hard task during the election. We are also working 24/7 for almost 2 weeks, especially during the last phase of the registration. So we need to have people to deal with that, because it's a lot of work. I will tell more later. At this moment, we also work on communication and templates. System consists several different templates of, first of all, communication. Second, formal documentation, a list of voters, confirmation of registration, information about granting the right to vote in this particular consular office, postal packages, voting packages. As it was mentioned before, the postal the vote card is printed by the consul, but the confirmation about the secret and personal voting is generated from the system. Okay, another phase, users and configuration. This is the stage when a lot of work is needed both from the consul and from the business admins of the system. We also close cooperating with the consular legal section, especially on the list of PECs, those precincts, electoral commission abroad. Every commission needs to be put in the system, and it also needs to be right configuration need to be done. On this stage, we also prepare users' accounts. As I mentioned, all users from the consulates and the ministry need to have their own account with their own password and own access rights. There are several types of users in the system: consul, let's say postal manager, editor, and then an admin. Yes, consul is responsible for approving the application for voting. Postal manager is responsible for preparing the postal packages which are going to be sent before the election. Editor is responsible for putting new application for voting in the system. This electronic system is not only a way to register for the election, it is also possible to use email, phone, or came in person to the consulate, and someone must to put the data in the system. Because even if someone use alternative channel, like the telephone, for example, people which are not exactly internet literal, not internet expert, they prefer to call to the consul. It is possible to register such kind of person in the system, on a similar way than internet. Countries and voting precinct configuration. During the elections, there are new precincts electoral commissions. As it was mentioned, in order to vote, you need to have valid Polish passport or valid Polish ID in countries when you can travel with this ID. For example, this year, Turkey, I think, allowed Polish citizens to go there only with Polish ID. So the configuration of the voting commissions in Ankara, in Istanbul, in other cities will be different than in the previous one. We need to put in the system all the contact details of each commission. We need to place the information about their time zones, because the time for registering is strictly binded with the time zone of the particular commission. For example, if the registration ends in Poland at 8 p.m., it will end for example, in London 2 hours later. We can also adjust that in the system because there's a possibility that the registration will end all over the world at the same time, local Polish time. It's an option which can be set up before the election and flexibly changed if it is necessary. That's the part of the system configuration. We also we put the information to the system about types of voting, all the dates, date of voting, beginning of the register period, end of the register period, in which country is the election day is 1 day before. It also may differ from, because we can assume that some country can change its time zone between the two elections. It happened. I think some small island countries in the Pacific had changed their time zone even the date. The system is ready for that. It's very flexible in this. Templates and communication implementation, as I said on the previous phase, we prepare more than dozen of templates. It needs to be implemented in the system. One of the templates is, for example, list of voters. There are also changes between elections in the layout of this list of voters. For example, new stamp need to be put and on the list, and we need to place. We need to prepare a place for putting that stamp on the list. What more? Final check of the system. After putting all the information into the system, configuration, users, commissions, rights management, dates, it is checked twice or even more by several people in order to avoid any mistakes. Mistakes are always possible. Someone will scroll the mouse at the computer and change the date of the election day in the system. It can cause problems, so it's the due diligence check of the system. And after the publication of the list of commissions by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, system entry into operations. Yes, it became available online. Our consular offices placing information about the starting of registration on their web pages and people starting to register. Usually the interest of people in registering is quite high at the beginning of the registration, low in the middle days of the registration, and especially high at the end of the registration. Registration, it usually takes about 4 weeks, let's say, for the in-person voting. For the postal voting, you have less time for registering due to the fact that the postal that the packages need to be sent before with a decent amount of time before the election. As I said, alternative channels is possible. Applications are verified and approved by the consul. At this stage, consul also consult with the municipal offices in order to check if the voter has a right to vote. If, for example, someone may have court sentence in Poland, which takes his passive right vote and cannot be enlisted on the list of voters. Consul need to check that. There are a lot of mechanisms which speed up the process. I mean, some automatic checks and so on, but still there are some cases in which some kind of investigation is needed. During the time of registration, Consul also issues the absentee voting certificate. These are special documents for people who registered abroad, but decided, for example, to travel to another country or to Poland. And this document allows them to vote in a different place, but it's only possible for in-person voting. You cannot vote by post with this document. It is impossible due to obvious reasons. There are always some cases which are very complicated. I mean, the system of this national electronic system of evidence of people may have some gaps. It's 40 million, more than 40 million records there. There may be some mistakes in it. For example, the data in the travel document is different from the one in the system. System checks such kind of voters, and it needs to be investigated. And in some cases, only admin can put a person in the voters list. For example, I remember a case of I think it was a Polish veteran from from the Second World War who was living in Belarusia, I think, and shortly before the election, his Polish citizenship was confirmed, and he got a temporary passport. Temporary passport is the only document in which you do not have to have a national identity number. Everybody needs this number, but it was possible to register that man. He was 97, I think. It was possible to register him because he had the right to vote, definitely, and it was consul personal obligation to give him the right to vote, and by putting, let's say, blank number in the system, we managed to register him. It was all fine. The man fulfilled his dream and vote for the election in free Poland after 60 years of being outside the country. Monitoring and maintenance. This is a really hard case for the business admins, for example, me as the head of that section, to support the system and its users during the registration phase. A lot of problems. There are always some problems. Someone can forget his password, block the application, and so on. So monitoring, maintenance, and constant user support is necessary. Monitoring also involves checking how does our renowned consuls dealing with the documents. For example, during last election, we, on a regular basis, even every hour, checked how many postal packages were sent by our major our major consular offices in London, in Manchester. As far as I remember, London had to post more than 100,000 packages. My colleague showed you the items of which the packages consist of, so you can imagine the amount of paper which is necessary to prepare a package in a very tight schedule. Mess is something which is unavoidable, let's say. We also need to provide fast and accurate public information for the media, for the non-governmental organization, for the politicians, member of parliaments, and so on, because they are all interested about the stage of the process. How many voters are there registered in Washington, for example, or Chicago? I heard that some voters from London did not receive their package. What's going on? And so on. So we need the information must be provided fast, and it must be as easy accessible for us as admins as possible in order to avoid additional work. We also problem solving a lot of different things because, as I mentioned, the system is flexible and different things can happen. There was a question about the change in the number of electoral commission during between first and second round. I remember one case, one of the new commission was established in one of the Persian Gulf countries, because the first round was in June, the second round was in July. COVID restriction changed during that time, and consul decided to create. Consul was able to travel to another country with diplomatic passport, but the voters could not leave their origin country. Let's say Bahrain and Kuwait. Yes, so he decided to establish the new commission in that country in order to allow them to vote, thanks to the lowering the level of COVID restrictions. And our system was able to support that during the elections. So when we closed the registration, we prepared new commission, uploaded it to the system, and make it available for the voters from that region to register. Okay. Postal ballots, preparing of postal ballots. Very important issue is correctness and completeness of address data. One of the reasons for pre-registration is the fact that we need to have current postal address of the voter, because you cannot assume that he lives in the same place which he was like 2 years ago and so on. The other issue is that address data format in different countries differs. There are countries where there are no streets, there are no names, street names. For example, some African countries, the address is the 155th house on the left from the church, something like that. In Vietnam, I think there are no postcodes or zip codes, and so on. So we cannot assume that each voter will put the data in the same format. At this moment, voters put their address data in a simple text box. So we leave the configuration and also the particular part of the address data. Particular fields of the address data can differ. In some countries, zip code is first, name of the city is second. In other, differently. If we put the same format to all the address labels around the world, it will cause problems with delivering the package. We have some ideas how to deal with that, but it is a very complex issue, because before the starting of the system, each council would have to provide us with the proper format address for his electoral commission. Sometimes the electoral commission can consist of several countries with different format address, which is another problem. And we will have to put that in the system. So imagine few hundred electoral commission, 140 countries, possible 140 different format of address labels. Some countries, for example in Europe, have similar format, but it's not the case for the whole world. We need to take this into consideration. What is more important, the flexibility and the speed of implementing the change in the system, or giving every person in the world option to place another format. I'm speaking about this because it's a very important issue from my perspective and from my experiences. Of course, one can say that, oh, the Amazon does not have problem with that. Yes, but Amazon pays probably few $1 billion for his IT support around the world. It's not the case for the ministry, and that's the case for the fossil. The system must be simple, easily accessible, and easily manageable and cheap. So there's a decision if you want this or this. So at this moment, consul or some editors, so I mean editors are usually low-level employees, lower-level employees of the consulates. Check the data in person, let's say, in person. So the system needs to have it's a lot of work. Every address needs to be checked. Let's say it's not always possible. Sometimes it's turned out during the printing of the envelope that there is something wrong, that someone wrote his address in Poland, for example, or forgot to place the name of the city, and so on. It is usually checked by the personnel of the consulates. After that, the address labels and voting statements are printed. System supports that process with some accountability support. We use barcodes, similar like in the shops, in order to fasten the process of checking the checking each label and each voting statement printed out. Then the electoral package are prepared. The packaging, I think, is the most laborious part of this process, because labels and voting statements are generated in PDF files, 10 labels per A4 paper sheet, so it's quite fast, but the packaging preparation is very laborious and time-consuming. After that, we're starting postal distribution of the packages. The system also supports this process. For example, if consulates decided to have an agreement with the postal office and postal needs a list of the packages, system can prepare a XLS or CSS file which can be imported by the postal system of the operator. It is possible for the big operators to use this data in speeding up the process of distribution. Voters' access to current package status. Voters are obviously interested in the status of their package. Is it sent already? When will I get it? In order to avoid telephone, mail question to consulates, which generates additional work, they have current access to the status of their package and their application. Am I entitled to vote? Was my package sent? He or she can check it via website with usage of his personal ID and surname. During the last elections, there were no registered mail, so you cannot check the status of the package after sending. The last information which is available is the package was sent. Of course, if you do not track the packages during distribution, we cannot give that information to the voters. Registration and voting preparation. End of registration. Usually 3 days before the election day, the registration is closed on the basis of the time zone of the commission, and this is the moment when the consul generates the list of voters. He or she simply press a button in the system, and the system generates a PDF file with all the voters which registered, also with information about type of voting and information about possessing the absentee voting certificate. Such kind of person is, let's say, it's not deleted. It's crossed on the list of voters in order not to allow him or she to vote twice. System also generates a blank list, so a list of voters with no names in it, which is for the people who came to who will vote in person with this absentee voting certificate. Member of the commission, of the present electoral commission, put the names of the person on the list, on this black list, and takes the certificate, okay? Not to allow them to use them twice. During the election day, the system is used for statistic data, for reporting and voting results. This system, which is used for calculation of the results, needs detailed data on numbers of voters entitled to vote in order to check the turnover. Turnout, in order to count the turnout and so on. it's also used for possible explanation with voters. For example, someone did a mistake and registered in another commission. Or there was something wrong with his personal data and he did not fulfill all the obligation, and so on. Head of the commission, of the local commission, has a right to put a person to the blank list if it is evident that one has a right to vote and was not able to vote in any different place. It is possible to, in individual cases, to put such kind of person in the system, and everybody is used to check if it is actually the case. During post-election, the system is used for temporary data access in order to check any inconsistencies, giving explanation. For example, someone can, during the postal election, of course, some people may have received the package after the election day. So the system is used to check when was it sent, why is it so late. Yes, because there are some negative, let's say, some negative sentiments from the voters after the election day, especially from those who was not able to vote in time. So the system is used to check the status of the package and checking if everything was okay. We also prepared some extensive multidimensional statistics, voting, registration progress during the particular days of registration and so on. Questions from the media, from the politicians, members of parliaments can be really surprising and different, so we need to prepare data to have a possibility to answer those questions. We also give public information on the web page of National Election Commission. We give public information about the number of voters in particular commissions. Everybody is used for that. And after when the Supreme Court states that the election was valid, we do the data retention usually. So the system is wiped out. We do not store data on registering before the election, as there is no legal basis for that. We delete all the registration information. So now it's even impossible to check the details of the registration. Okay, maybe before moving to major issues concerning, I would like to show you some print screens of the system in order to show how does it look like in practice. On this page we can see a main page of the internal part of the application, which is used for verification and approving the application. There are some, so it looks like a typical web application, nothing new, nothing uncommon, I think. This is an admin view, my personal view, so I've got a lot of options in it. This page, this is for the console, so you can see that there are less options in here. This is a print screen of generation of the, I don't know, do you hear me when I, yes, it's okay? This is the generation of the voting list. As you can see, it can be generated into Excel file or can be downloaded as a PDF file and printed out in a way. This is more interesting. This is a print screen of this confirmation about personal and secret voting. You can see a name and a surname and the personal ID of the person. This document is one of the elements of the voting package. This is an example of an address label. What is important, if you generate the files and confirm it in the system, it is impossible to print them once again. This is one of the business assumptions. It is made in order to avoid, for example, sending the package twice to the same voter. It can cause some problems if someone, for example, create the file and will not save it on his computer and mark the file as printed out. And it can cause some problems. It is, of course, admin can make it available, but it's one of the support elements of the admin work. This is a print screen for generation of address labels. As you can see, this is our most common format of stickers used for labeling. The format, also the system allows to generate documents in European and American format. As in the USA, the format of the paper is not A4, but a letter which is slightly different. And in order to keep the formatting of the page on the appropriate level, we need to use a different format of labels, of blank sheets, and so on. So you can print the labels in any format. Okay, this is a starting page for our voters. This web page is accessible in the open internet during the registration. Those information are always managed by our legal office. Yes, we can put this information and change it during the work. We don't have to reprogram the system in order to change the information. Start your registration, fill in your address data, and check the status of your registration. This is the second step. Voter, choose a country, in this case Austria. Then he can choose a commission. Here you can see the number of voters already registered in the commission. It is useful during when someone wants to know how many people are going to be in the queue in the embassy, for example, in case of personal voting. Here are the possible options of voting. During last elections, most of commissions were only postal commissions. But for example, in Vienna, there was a hybrid system. One could vote in person, but he also could vote by post. What is more, I think it was one of the few commissions where a voter came to the consulate and pick up his package. There were only few around the world due to COVID restriction level. In Austria, those days, it was lower than, for example, in UK or in Germany. So that's why at the beginning, at the pre-configuration of the system, every commission was given a parameter about the type of voting possible. This parameter, we was able to change the parameter for the second round. It also happened because of the lowering the restriction level, for example, and the commission which at the first round was only for postal voters, in the second round it could be voting in person, for example. It was possible from the practical and technical point of view. I'm not sure if our legislation allowed that, but it's a case for you to have this opportunity to change if your legislation will allow that, it can be useful. Okay, this is a page where the voters put his personal data. Here, this is very important. I suggest you to also think about this. We also have diacritics in Poland. Yes, I think in Moldova as well. The letters which are unique for your alphabet. There are always some problems with the keyboard while someone using a computer, or the appropriate language in the mobile. This allows to put the diacritics adequate to the surname, because our registration requires diacritics. We do not use the name from the MRZ file, MRZ field from the passport when only those classic Latin letters are used, but the diacritics as well. As you can see, this is we. This is a letter which exists only in Polish alphabet. It's a typical form for putting some kind of data. Some fields are obligatory, some not. Some are checked against, let's say, proper, for example, this national ID always consists of 6 numbers, which shows the date of birth, and 5 numbers, which are unique for every person. It also consists checksum for checking the correctness of the number itself, and the gender of the voter. One of the numbers stays for the gender of the voter. Okay, this is an important issue. It says that this was not used before at the election in 2020. This is a new functionality. We were talking about the validity of the document. According to Polish law, if you want to vote, you need to have valid travel document or ID at the moment of voting. It doesn't say at the moment of registering. The document, you have to need valid document during the registering. So we need to allow you to register, but your document his expiring date is in 2 days, for example, and during the election, it won't be valid anymore. According to our law, such a person can register, but cannot vote. It's quite strange, especially if you're making postal voting, because how to check if the person has a valid document during postal voting? You can check it via the National Electronic Evidence System, and we, at this page, at the registration, we inform the voter, the future voter, that his document is valid at this moment. You can register, but during the election, you will need to have a new document. On the other side, the consul can generate a list of voters which registered and their documents is invalid at the moment of voting. This is important. Because in such a cases, it's not so much of them, because it's only those 2 weeks between the voting and the registration. So the voter cannot register with invalid document. But if you take 2 weeks from the year, it's like 5%, even less, 2% of the time during the year. So the number of documents which became invalid during this period is limited, but we need to check that. And the consul can contact such a person and invite him to get new passport, for example. This is a box for giving the address abroad. As I said, it's a blank text field. At this moment, we do not use separate, thank you. At this moment, we do not use separate text field for the address because it's tricky. It's a hard case, and if you are going to prepare some kind of system for it, you must take this into consideration, how to deal with that. those fields are used for giving your address in Poland. It is necessary for checking the voter in Poland, if he or she has a right to vote, if he or she did not took, for example, this absentee certificate. Yes, if someone took the absentee certificate from his municipal office, he cannot register abroad. It is impossible in order not to allow him to vote twice. It is always checked. What is more, if someone, there's always an option that a voter can, this field here says that I'm not registered in Poland. It is possible. Someone could have lived the country 20 years ago. He has no address in Poland. He was born abroad, for example. He has no address in Poland. After checking this field, those fields became unobligatory. They disappeared. And it's, so the voter doesn't have to provide us with that information. But the system will check him in our national evidence system if there is any data on his address in Poland. Sometimes people do it on purpose in order not to give that information because it's, they can't remember or so on, or they thought that they are unregistered in Poland, but in fact they are still there. So the system checks it, and if there are some information on his or her address in Poland, those data are available to the consul in order to allow him to check his status in Poland. After the registration, the voter sees all the data, he can check it, or back to the previous steps if he wants to make some correction. What is important, at this stage, we have first verification of the citizen in the electronic system. On the basis of this data, surname, first name, name of father, and date of birth, there's a first check in the electronic evidence. It's only true-false check. System on our evidence sends information to our system confirming such a person exists in evidence, or such a person does not exist. It also helps with the security in order to avoid some bots, some people who died, some people who never been in our evidence, because it's 0-1. Sometimes it's even too tight. I mean, the people who has some small differences between data in the system and data in the evidence, let's say, or in the passports. It can cause some problems for small amount of voters, really small, but it helps to avoid attacks and some non-existing persons in the list of voters. After finishing registration, voter can download a confirmation. If there are some problems with the registration, the problems with data, someone has, I don't know, a few times entered the wrong number of the document. He will get such kind of information. It's also one of the templates, so it can be changed during the preparation of the system. Here's usually contact data for the consulate. So he or she can call in the consulate and register with one of the alternative channels. This is a page on which you can check the status of your registration. In order, you need to give your name, surname, national ID number, and CAPTCHA. And after clicking check your status, you will get information about status of your package, status of your application. This one is used for, it's also a new functionality which allows consul to fasten the process of verification of address data. we put a new button on the screen for consul. If consul sees that the data is in wrong format, is incomplete, he simply press the button, ask for address data verification, and it automatically sends email to the voter with demand for personal data verification, address data verification. It's because the communication with the voters, especially if there are tens of hundreds of thousands of them, can be very laborious, and this helps. That was the last print screen from the system. So I will go back to my major issues concerning registration and voting. From my point of view, I'm not a lawyer. I'm more like a business analyst. So my perspective is quite different. Let's say. First of all, legal compliance and accountability. Both ballots and certificates of absentee voting certificates, as well as the confirmation of secrecy and voting in person. We need to decrease the possibility of making a man mistake. For example, sending 2 ballots to one person, sending them to a wrong person, giving someone the possibility to vote twice. As I said, the system doesn't allow to vote twice, but if consul will make a mistake and will prepare the certificate and at the same moment will not put that information about the certificate to the system will not know about it. So the construction is forbidding the consul to generate the certificate without deleting the voters from the list. Accessibility, digital in brackets. First of all, system, not everyone uses internet. It's a mantra. We say that for a few years. It's less and less people who doesn't have a smartphone, but we still need to give them an opportunity to register by an alternative channel, in person, by post, by email, by phone. It's the decision of the, in my opinion, politicians which channels, but in my opinion, we still need to take into the consideration the people who are digital illiterally. Also, in Poland, our application, especially the public page, needs to obey some, WCAG, is Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. So the application needs to fulfill some kind of European regulation on digital accessibility of the application. Appropriate format and completeness of the address data. I mentioned that before. It's a tricky issue, and on the other hand, very important in case of postal voting. Complete and appropriate address data is essential for sending the package. Scheduling and division of work. As I mentioned, the number of packages per one commission was up to 20,000. It's a lot of documents, a lot of paper. You need to divide the work between different people. At this point, I can tell you about one of my reflections. Let's say, now it isn't possible according to Polish law, but it's a good idea to, if you assume that there will be possible hybrid form of voting. I mean, in person and by post. In my opinion, it's a good idea to make 2 separate commissions. One only for person voting, and the second one for post voting, in order to not to mess the work. What is more, the payload of work for the members of the commission is different. Imagine that the people who, from the Commission, which serve the in-person voting, has to be in the post-voting place from 6 a.m. in Poland. I mean in Poland, our experience, from 6 or even 5 a.m. Sunday morning till the end of counting out votes, which can be Tuesday morning. Yes, so it's like 3 full days of work. It's impossible, of course. So splitting the commission and the types of voting is easier for managing the documents and after that the voting. We haven't practiced that, but I think it's our common opinion that it may help. Laborious and time-consuming activities. Particular activities during this voting preparation and registration and counting are especially laborious. I mean, all the activities connected with sending the packages, a lot of paper to prepare. Not only during last election, for example, in the UK, a lot of people outside of the consulates from the embassy were involved in the process. I mean, scouts, priests, nuns, even Mr. Ambassador, as far as I remember, was involved in preparing the packages. Yes, because it was plenty of work and the time schedule was very, very tight. Identification of potential errors areas. People make mistakes. It's standard. We cannot avoid that, and the system needs to help them to avoid those mistakes. So during the business analysis phase, you need to think about the possible errors and how to avoid them. Flexibility and quick implementation. The case which I mentioned before, the new electoral commission in one of the countries. Yes, the system needs to allow to make such kind of intervention. The least but not last, the security. I mean, the security of ballots, a security of voting, a security of the system. It's a very important issue. I won't give you much details about this at the moment, but if you're planning to prepare a system, it needs to be verified by appropriate institutions. Some deep penetration tests, some checking against DDoS attacks, appropriate network devices and network security devices. This is important. This can be very costly. From my experience, preparation of the system itself won't be as costly as giving appropriate level of security and appropriate level of accessibility during the elections. What's happened? Yeah, lessons learned and future improvements. My colleague mentioned about the central voter register. This system will be, it's an initiative of Polish government, I must say, and the National Electoral Commission. It's a very good idea. It will allow us to resign from the time-consuming verification in the municipal authorities. Because this is one of the weak parts of the whole system, because now the municipal offices have, each municipal has its own voter register. So in order, we cannot integrate with all the system around the Poland, but if there will be one, it will be much easier for the consuls to check the people. Travel document expiry date, I show you the information for the voters and for the consul which allows to check if the document will expire. Communication, and statistic and public information. We prepared additional web pages in order to decrease the amount of work connected with giving information to the public. So the journalists will have constant access to all the statistics about the registration progress. They will just enter the web page and check by themselves how many people already registered and where. We also think about using the electronic ID and the other means of digital identity for registration. I think when the central voter register will enter into operation, it may be the only option for the voters. Inland, it is still in the work are ongoing, but definitely in the nearest future, the registration will give an opportunity to, during the registration, there will be a possibility to use electronic ID. Nowadays, especially during the pandemic, the process of acquiring different means of digital identity speed up. So it is possible to use new options. For example, you can check your identity by putting a smartphone on your document with electronic layer, a passport or an ID. It is possible and should be used in the future. Okay, so it's very late, so we'll move to the last part.
My proposal is to finish on time. It's to continue with little lunch we have outside and ask Mrs. Kowalska and Mr. Adamczewski some questions if you have. I'm terrified seeing that someone put 30 minutes for me for conclusions. I promise you to do it in a European Parliament style where the speaker has limit of 1 minute, so 1 minute for me. I would like to say thank you very much to speakers from Poland, from Polish Foreign Ministry. I would like to thank very much Moldovan Parliament for the room, and especially Anna Kalinic, who worked with us on this seminar. I would like to say thank you to USAID. Thanks to USAID, we will have lunch, which is also important. So we have half an hour outside, and we can have something to eat and ask our speakers some questions you have. I tell you in the very end, probably there is no perfect system in the world. Some Americans, they criticize American system. Some people in Estonia criticize even this perfect Estonian online voting system, and so on and so on. I, for example, we just spoke with Mrs. Kowalska. I like very much the solution in Belgium, how to count votes. In Belgium, I don't know if you know, before putting your paper ballot to the box, you scan it. There is a special scanner at every polling station. You scan your vote, your ballot, and then you close it and you put it to the box. So they still collect paper ballots, but if they close voting at 8:01, they publish results, not exit polls, results, because the scanners are connected with the machine, computer, who is counting the votes. So 1 second after closing, they have full results. So this is also one of the solutions which can make the process faster and easier. Yeah. So as I said, there is no perfect system. Think, please, we are at your disposal as an institute. If you need any other expertise from other countries, we are ready to deliver it. Thank you very much once again. For information, our speakers from Polish Foreign Ministry will meet tomorrow with the Moldovan Foreign Ministry, and they will maybe go into some details deeper, and they will be examined by Moldovan colleagues regarding the organization of elections abroad. So thank you once again, and I invite for lunch.